Bom dia, então. Vamos então dar início a esta conferência on Doctoral Models in Doctoral Education. Em primeiro lugar, bem-vindos. Em nome da A3ES, é um gosto estarem aqui presentes connosco. Portanto, vai ser um dia intenso, com boas comunicações e discussões. E, portanto, sem mais delongas, vou dar a palavra ao professor João Guerreiro, presidente da Agência de Avaliação e Acreditação do Ensino Superior, para a nota introdutória. Muito obrigada.
Portanto, bom dia a todos. Muito obrigado pela vossa presença. Thank you very much for coming to our conference on doctoral education. Eu vou fazer tenho umas palavras que vou dizê-las em inglês e, portanto, agradeço de qualquer maneira a presença de todos. I would like to begin by thanking all participants for our interest in these reflections organized by A3ES on doctoral education models. I am particularly grateful to our guest speakers who have generously agreed to contribute with their ideas and proposals regarding the future of doctoral programs. As we know, this topic has attracted significant attentions across various higher education systems worldwide. In Portugal, the subject has engaged higher education institutions, the foundation for science and technology, and naturally, our agency. The growing interest in doctoral education can be largely attributed to the increased societal need to generate knowledge, a critical driver of development and a resource progressively integrating in human activities. Traditionally, doctoral studies were perceived merely as an academic milestone. This perspective was formalized during the Bologna process, which incorporated doctoral programs into its education cycle reforms. Today, a knowledge generation is viewed as a strategic access of knowledge-based societies. Within this framework, doctoral programs serve a dual purpose. They produce new knowledges, often with immediate applications, while simultaneously equipping doctoral candidates with advanced skills for meaningful society engagement and individual development. This perspective elevates doctoral program to strategic priority. Higher education institutions should structure these programs to align with their development strategies and specializations profiles. Doctoral programs, as process of knowledge creation, fulfill this role by fostering technological, social, and humanities talents. Some initiatives focus on immediate applications, while others open new pathways for science, humanities, and arts. In Portugal, interest in doctoral studies has increased significantly since 2023 parliamentary decisions allowing polytechnic institutions to award doctoral degrees. Similarly, across Europe, universities of applied science equivalents to our polytechnic institutes are restructuring their framework to offer doctoral programs. Despite this progress, the number of doctoral graduates in Portugal has remained steady at approximately 2,500 per year over the past decade, with minor variations or less than 10%. This stability reflects systematic challenges higher education institutions face difficulties absorbing a significant number of doctoral graduates as academic roles have become saturated. Simultaneously, the small size of most Portuguese business limits their ability to hire PhD holders. This scenario is confirmed by the European Innovation Scoreboard which highlighted in 2020 and 2024 the decline of innovating SMEs and limited investments in innovation-driven employment in Portugal. The associative sector is widely recognized as having limited potential too. The public sector has recently begun addressing these challenges by hiring doctoral graduations and offering higher education salaries to those with such qualifications. However, the overall absorption capacity remains constrained despite the growing role of spin-offs and startups from a research center and large company in moderating their limitations. These afternoon sessions will feature examples of large companies with positive experience in higher education, in higher doctoral graduating, while promising these initiatives remain limited in scope. In terms of accreditation, the Portuguese context is unique. Our agency is responsible by accrediting all doctoral programs in Portugal following the respective assessment procedures. Accreditation of doctoral programs depends on the research intensity of faculty and research affiliated with higher rate research center, very good or excellence classification. However, this research intensity is assessed by a separate entity, FCT, Foundation for the Science and Technology, with distinct work dynamics than A3ES. These dependencies raise obstacles and constraints, which results in delay. Consequently, this accreditation of some doctoral programs often takes years after the initial proposal. This critical perspective reflects the strategies of both singular programs offered by individual institutions and those organized by institutional consortia. Currently, Portugal offers around 6,600 doctoral programs. A strategic reorganization of these programs may provide solutions for increasing the number of graduates. However, a positive trend is noticeable which relates to the growing creation of joint doctoral programs. Approximately 12% of accredited doctoral programs now involve multiple higher education institutions, primarily in fields like physics, chemistry, mathematics, social science, and humanities. This is vast potential. There is a vast potential to expand joint programs, particularly in engineering and health science and other science. This potential should be explored in the future. The establishment of the European universities under the Erasmus Plus program has also created opportunities for international joint doctoral programs. Several Portuguese institutions are now part of the 25 European universities, opening significant prospects for the future. While still limited in number, the adoption of the European approach by our agencies will facilitate the development of such programs, as we are prepared to recognize evaluation conducted by European agencies complying with ENCA and ECAR standards. Considering this factor, increasing the number of doctoral graduates between 2025 and 2030 is crucial. Portugal has made a consistent path in this direction with outcomes comparable to similar other countries in Europe. This is some figures that I can bring from the OECD Education at a Glance 2024. The evolution of the share of international doctor students also demonstrate these programs. This progress and the challenges motivated us to organize this conference on the future of doctoral programs. The open sessions will address future challenges with Aleksandra Kanjuo Mrčela, Chair of Steering Committee of the Council for Doctoral Education under the European University Association, sharing insights from recent discussions within this council. In the evaluation process of the various study programs, regardless of the degree, the agency has paid particular attention on pedagogical issues. In the most recent institutional evaluation, this matter was analyzed, and many institutions benefit from suggestions aimed at improving their practice in the future. In the case of doctoral programs, this issue is particularly critical. The supervision and guidance of doctoral candidates have often followed an inconsistent path, frequently due to a lack of clear criteria from supervisors. There is also some misunderstanding regarding the role of the supervising and tutor, although significant differences are observed in the approach across different scientific areas. This topic needs further reflections, considering the quality of supervision and progress monitoring in doctoral education paths. We have challenges, Professor Peter Hanenberg, to explore these themes. We believe that in the near future, higher education institutions will not overlook these issues, as the failure rate in doctoral programs is largely influenced by how these programs are structured, how interim milestones for progress reporting are organized, how complementary internships are promoted, and how the attendance of seminars on complementary topics, particularly those related to transversal skills, social contents, or humanities, is encouraged. Institutional culture should include conditions that favor research, provide an environment conducive to reflections, create mechanisms for protecting innovations, and, in some cases, ensure the resources for experimentation. These elements are core for the future framework of doctoral programs. The conference will follow with the keynotes from the European Commission's Director of Higher Education Policy, who will discuss the integration of national systems and the future of the European degrees and the Bologna process. We must acknowledge that the European Commission has been paying increasing attention to global strategies for higher education with a focus on integrating national higher education systems. The Bologna process facilitated the recognition of study programs structures, simplified study mobility, promoted the creation of joint offering, introduced increasingly standardized evaluation criteria, and explored the conditions under which the European label and degree could be awarded. The European universities initiatives already mentioned seem to be a fundamental step for fostering a collaborative environment. It facilitated the exchange of academic community members, the implementation of joint projects, the accreditation of joint programs, and provides an intensive scientific dialogue that fosters creativity and drives innovation. Students' voice must all be heard. Thus, a session dedicated to the perspective of doctoral students is in place. It will feature two representatives. Nora, an organic chemistry doctoral student, is a member of the European Studies Union and leads a task force dedicated to exploring and advocating doctoral candidates' needs. Margarida, a sociological doctoral candidate in Portugal, with large insight in the challenges faced Portuguese doctoral students as research, unity, integration, financing, supervision, and training. Despite the somewhat under-friendly environment in the business world for integrating doctoral graduates, there are good examples, particularly from large technology companies, as well from spin-offs and startups. These are the two sectors competing to attract doctoral graduates, especially those for technological fields. The conference will continue with a roundtable moderated by Manuel Leitor, former Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, which will address the experience of two large companies, a technological development and transfer center, and fourth, a collaboration project between American and Portuguese universities, under which a significant number of doctoral programs have been developed. These are compelling examples that signal promising forms for collaboration between universities and business, particularly in the technological fields. However, areas such management, service, health, agriculture, science, and arts and humanities still face significant challenges in terms of professional integration. The companies invited to the round table have extensive experience integrating doctoral graduating in their activities. It is expected that the main themes are doctoral process, ranging from supervision to employability, from selection to outcomes, will be analyzed from various perspectives. The conference programs also include sessions with the participation of representative entities from Portuguese higher education institutions, the Portuguese Association of Private Higher Education, the Coordinating Council of Polytechnics Institutes, and the Council of Rectors of Portuguese universities. These entities will address the realities of doctoral programs in their respective sector. The conference will conclude with the closing address by Professora Ana Paiva, Secretary of State for Science, highlighting the government's commitment to advancing doctoral education as a driver of knowledge production and societal development. Again, thank you very much for your presence. I wish you all a pleasant conference and healthy discussions. I hope this conference proves to be productive and that the discussions provide valuable insights for the future of doctoral education. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. There we are in the so-called Thalia Theater, built in the end of the 18th century, a private theater of the noble family Farobo. This is the ideal place for our so important meeting of today. I would like, first of all, to renew the welcome to all those who are attending this conference in person or remotely. Before I give the floor to the first speaker, I would like to remind you that the presentations will last approximately 40 minutes each, allowing the public a period of questions at the end. Fair enough, fair enough. The first presentation will be by Professor Aleksandra Mrčela, I hope I'm saying well your name, current president of the steering committee of EUA-CDE, on the topic Structuring Doctoral Education, Challenge Ahead. Having Professor Aleksandra with us means that we will have a very updated vision of the present and future problems of doctorates in Europe, namely the importance of doctoral schools, the transformations resulting from artificial intelligence and digitalization, and the importance of training supervisors in the set of new challenges that are expected in the education of doctoral students. Professor Aleksandra Mrčela is chair of the steering committee of the Council of Doctoral Education of European University Association. She is professor of economic sociology and sociology of work, head of Research Center for Organizations and Human Resources, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Ljubljana, and editor of Social Politics, International Journal for Studies in Gender, State and Society. Professor Aleksandra has fields of interest: gender, labor markets, platform economy, and doctoral education. Please, Professor Aleksandra, I give you the floor.
Bom dia a todos. É privilégio dirigir-me a todos vós hoje na bela Lisbon. That was all of my Portuguese. Thank you very much. Good day, good afternoon to all of you, dear colleagues, dear professors, dear students, and all the guests on this really important event, very important conference. I'm grateful to organizers, Mr. President, and my colleague, Professor Hanenberg, for this invitation. It is always nice to be in Lisbon, especially nice to do some good work and hopefully have some a good time also in this beautiful city. So, as colleagues said, this is an important conference for all of us who are devoted to the development of higher education, especially doctoral education in Europe. I'm glad that we are in Portugal. Portugal has a rich history of evaluating knowledge and education. Recently, I read something about some of your universities, and I read a compelling story connected around the University of Coimbra, one of the oldest universities in Europe, actually, and a symbol of the nation's, your nation's commitment to learning and intellectual growth. Originally established in Lisbon in 1290, the university that moved to Coimbra in 16th century, and over the centuries, it has been a cradle of Portuguese intellectual life, producing scholars, poets, and thinkers who shaped not only Portugal, but also the world. The university has witnessed many historical changes and challenges, including periods of political turbulence, censorship, and reforms. Despite these obstacles, the institution endured, symbolizing the resilience of knowledge and the importance of education in advancing society. In the 18th century, the Marquês de Pombal, that I heard we are in his house right now, and I heard he was also a controversial figure, but he was a prominent reformer, transformed the university as a part of his broader efforts to modernize Portugal. Following the devastating Lisbon's earthquake, Pombal sought to rebuild and strengthen the country, recognizing that university role is crucial in producing the intellectual capital necessary for this endeavor. This push towards scientific knowledge as a revolutionary step for Portugal, aligning the country with contemporary European advancements and underscoring of the transformative power of education and national renewal. Based on this Portuguese inspiration and believing in transformative value of knowledge, I would like to speak today about the changes and accomplishments regarding structuration of doctoral education in the last decades, and discuss the evolving development and challenges that are in front of us. I would like to provide an overview of the essential points regarding its structuring doctoral education, touching on challenges, opportunities, and future directions. All of that aiming in the betterment of knowledge production, the crucial capital we are all committed to. My purpose is to highlight the structural changes and innovation in doctoral education as we move forward, responding to new academic, professional, and social demands. Doctoral education has transformed, as we already heard, dramatically over the past 2 decades, and we are in transition, as you said, especially since the adoption of the Bologna reform that paved the way for the harmonization in higher education across Europe. Today's framework emphasizes interdisciplinary training, transferable skills, and career readiness beyond academia. Doctoral education must now balance traditional scholarship with new areas of professional skill development. In my speech today, I will address some of the changes that we witnessed during the last 2 decades, present some of data that is showing how our structured doctoral education functions today, and highlight some future challenges that we will that we detected and try to address in our recent work. So I will, at the beginning, say a little bit about the organization I'm presenting today, CDE-EU. Then I will speak a little bit about 2 decades of structuration, both based on our data, our CDE-EU data, and some global networks I'm involved in, because we are speaking about the global trend. Structuration of doctoral education is not something that only we in Europe are facing and developing, but also that is a global phenomenon. And at the end, I will end the presentation with a little bit of thinking about the vision, about the future as well. So let me start the presentation. So who we are the biggest community of leaders and professionals in doctoral education in Europe, I'm proud to say. So here is who we are. We are big. We are doing different things. So we are promoting cooperation and exchange of good practices, of good work among our members. We are membership organizations, so we are not somewhere here and our members there, but we are living with our membership. We identify and monitor the trends in doctoral education, and at the same time, we, as a voice of doctoral education, we also influence policies. So we also influence development in the doctoral education. We organize this regularly events. I will welcome you, and I will point to the different events we are organizing during next year and years to come. And we publish surveys and do monitoring of what is going on. We are currently now in the process of formulating one of our surveys that we will present shortly in next year. So we are big, as I said, in different countries. We have a very good membership. In my country, we have only 2 universities as members, but that is half of all universities. Slovenia is a very small country, as you know, so half of all universities is here. In your country, we already do have a great big membership, and I hope that could be raised. And as you can see, we are present in whole of Europe. So what are our activities? As you can see, so we have annual meetings. We had one near to you in the neighboring Spain, in Barcelona. It was on the role of data in shaping doctoral education. I know that some of you were there, hopefully happy with our event. And we have approaching 2 events in next year. First is we organize not only annual conferences, but also thematic workshops, workshops. The next will be in Portugal. We are trying to invade your country. We are really having good time here. So in Braga, we will have an event on an important topic on equity, diversity, and inclusion. Then we have also thematic peer groups. In next year, it will be on something that this conference will also address, building bridges beyond academia, and it is very much in line with what I will speak about with the restructuring of doctoral education. Then we have some communication with the membership, so we have newsletters, doctoral debates, and we have, as already mentioned, surveys and trying to see what is going on, what are the trends, what are the changes that we lived in doctoral education in Europe. All of that is the basis for our involvement in policy recommendations. And now going to the structuration. As I said, structuration is a global trend. We have a lot of evidence that we are in really a radical transition in the last few decades from something that most of us, the older generation of people, still remember as the model of doctoral education. So I had one supervisor, he was there for me, not so much. So we were all alone. I was all alone. I had a list of literature that I presented to my mentor. He said, wow, good work. And then he read my PhD thesis at the end. And all in the middle, I was all alone. All in the middle, I didn't have any actual connection with my institution. I was there, I was a student, I was a researcher as well, employed by the university, but that was another thing. So during my doctoral study, I was Humboldtian researcher and a PhD student. And we are now already ages ago. So in our lifetime, we experience a big structural change. So that is the past, and we are in the middle of transition to something entirely new. And when I thought what is the main message of my presentation today, it is that doctoral education is democratizing. So it is something that universities are doing to broaden the scope of doctoral education in both terms, and here universities are being responsible in a new way. So universities are taking a new role in producing more of doctoral students to whom they are responsible to. So universities, not only mentors, but universities as institutions are in a new role, taking new roles, taking new responsibilities towards students, and also producing more of doctoral students with more of skills, knowledge, not only knowledge in their fields, but also different kinds of skills. They're producing something that is needed in the society. So the new responsibility is to society as well, is we are doing something a little bit more for students and much more for the society. And the society is or is not yet ready to take what our products. But that is the role of the university. University is always, and it should be, ahead of the society in that way. We are producers of knowledge, and the knowledge is needed by the society, and this new elevated products of ours, students with research capabilities, with new research and new production of new knowledge, but also equipped with other things that are needed at our labor markets, are the key of this structuration process. So it is the transition from something that was traditionally there, one student, one mentor in one discipline, almost isolated from the rest of the university, let alone society, to something entirely different. And what is entirely different and how we came to that? So 20 years of change. In many universities, it was bottom-up. In some universities, it was the other way around. But it certainly meant new increased role of institutions, as universities and institutions in doctoral education. And what is new and what is the product, visible product of this restructuration of universities, doctoral schools and doctoral programs. So now that is already predominant form and institutional structure for doctoral education. As said, in Europe, in this form, doctoral school and doctoral programs. In many other parts of the world, in America, we have, United States, we have graduate schools for ages. So institutions that are devoted to oversight, to quality control, to steering the doctoral education. In New Zealand, in Australia, in many of those countries, we do have the same graduate schools, in this almost the same, same spirit as our doctoral schools. So, and how we came to that? So almost 25 years ago, we met in Bologna, and Bologna was crucial. Bologna Salzburg, Bologna seminar in Salzburg was the crucial milestone, was the crucial point from which we started to think about doctoral education in many of our university environments in a new way. So these are 10 almost like in church, 10 declarations of new, 10 principles of doctoral education and the reform of doctoral education that were that were written then, and some of them, all of them actually speaks about new institutional framework, but some of them more so than the others. So of course, advancement of knowledge through original research, that is something that was always there, that is the basic, and I will say that many times today. We are restructuring our doctoral studies, we are doing a lot of changes, but this stays the main point of what we are doing. So new knowledge creation, advancement of knowledge through original research is the key point of doctoral education. But that must be now embedded, as you see the second point, embedded in institutional strategies and policies. In the former regime, there were rectors who didn't know how the doctoral education is going on. That was not their priority. Now it is. So now we do have within our university strategies, within our university paths, we do have doctoral education as a very important thing. Then you have importance of diversity, programs. So we are not speaking anymore about individual development of doctoral students, but we have programs in which these doctoral students are included. So these doctoral students, because of the sixth, achieve a critical mass, and you cannot achieve the critical mass of doctoral students if you don't take care at the institutional level. So those people who are now en masse, so we are still not talking about the mass studies, but we are on the way. You know, 100 years ago, people from the village who went to the towns to get the education were rare. Now we do still have around 3% of our students, only 3% of our students being doctoral students, but that is changing. The number of doctoral students recently rise for 50 or more % in last 2 decades. So we are democratizing doctoral education. So in one way, it is more developed, it is more approachable for more of students, but that that is because the society needs more of knowledge. We are leveling up the educational level of the population in European Union. 100 years ago, it was just the education at the higher level. Today, it is a doctoral education. Our employers do not know yet that that is something that is needed. They do need the knowledge. They do need all the skills that we are investing and that we are providing to our doctoral students. But sometimes, as we will see in this afternoon debate probably, they are not aware that our doctoral students, PhD holders, are people who have all the needed expertise, knowledge, and skills that today at the labor market are the must. So if we, and Bologna actually started from there. Bologna reform started from the thinking what is needed for the knowledge society. So we aimed to be a knowledge society based on knowledge, based on new knowledge, and for that you do need PhD holders. You do need doctoral students. You need people who are developing themselves scientifically at the highest level, but at the same time, not only that, but being equipped with all sorts of, as we will see, different skills. So it is important to understand that we now speak about a broader group of people who are in programs, meaning it is not only individual work, it is not only mentoring, but it is some sort of education. We used to think about ourselves, I'm teaching myself, I'm reading, I'm researching by myself or in my research team. Now it is different. You need an institution to build you up in the way that is now needed. So, and maybe another two things, the promotion of innovative structures with interdisciplinary training and transferable skills. I will tell you more about that a little bit later, but to have interdisciplinarity, to really try to find ways how to raise knowledge in at the higher level needs thinking about combination, about collaboration beyond my discipline. Complex society, complex problems that we are facing today in the world and in Europe cannot be resolved by each discipline alone. So to think about that, to think interdisciplinary, broader, transdisciplinary, you need an institution. It cannot be done just like that. So interdisciplinarity is not achievable if you don't think, if you don't strategically think about that and involve that in the creation of your PhD programs. And increasing, as I said, interdisciplinary, intersectionality also. So thinking about not only academia, but thinking about academia plus business, plus NGOs, plus public sector. So thinking about intersectional approach, you cannot do that as an individual PhD student. You are doing that if you have institutional strategy on that, and that is at the level of the university. Okay. And of course, for all of that, I will probably finish my speech today with money. So money is I'm teaching economic sociology. So money is crucial. So it is important where we do invest resources, both human resources, but also financial resources. And that is, again, connecting us with the intersectionality. So we cannot be alone in that anymore. So for more and more of research, we do need business. We do need industry. We do need collaborative investments in the knowledge production. So this is very important as well. So, as said, we had a boom of doctoral schools, and in a really, actually very limited time. It was not years, decades ago it is our life here that we are speaking about. So during our life, we had, as you can see, from a relatively small percentage of universities having something like or a doctoral school, to the last survey that showed that majority of our universities in Europe organized doctoral education in doctoral schools. So that didn't happen just like that. So to achieve this, around almost all universities having doctoral schools, we had to fight. It was not easy. I remember my personal experience. So I was responsible for the doctoral education first at my university, then I entered this organization Peter and I are in, which I think Council for Doctoral Education is a good institution, I would say. It helped me when I was Vice-Rector for Doctoral Education. I didn't like it at the beginning. I didn't like Bologna reform at all at the beginning. I thought that it is all about over-bureaucratization, that is all about structuring something that should be organized in academic culture, in academic autonomy. So that was my first standing. I didn't like then my Vice-Rector for Doctoral Education saying to me that we should restructure everything, do it in some rules. I saw it as a bureaucratic features not needed in my academic nice world of academic autonomy and freedom. But then I realized that maybe we are not really decent towards our students. Maybe we have different criteria in different parts of my one university. Maybe something is wrong if colleagues at faculty for physics and mathematics have some standards, and we at faculty of social sciences have other standards, other procedures, other criteria, other opportunities. So I said, okay, so maybe there is something about this leveling up of the doctoral studies. And the other thing that is close to my heart as a sociologist, I really thought that maybe we are a little bit backwards in terms of dealing with the society. So society needs something and we are doing something else. That is not good. So I thought that maybe we should be more decent towards students and more decent towards society. And that was how Council for Doctoral Education brought me in. So, and since then I'm almost 10 years working with this institution. And so it was not easy, and it is still not easy. We are not still all on the same page, but we are going there, and there are strong and good reasons to do that. There are strong and good academic reasons. So because of academic decency, because of our main purpose to create knowledge, we should do something of structuring, and we are doing that in many different ways. As you can see, still, we have a variety of regimes, variety of differences in terms how we name things, how we think about things, how we appoint or do criteria of how we evaluate things, and so on. So there is a lot of flexibility still and a lot of diversity, also in funding, which is not a very good idea to have. But, however, we are on our way in terms of structuring, and also we are in agreement that still the core component of doctoral training is advancement of knowledge through original research. So that is, and here again, I wrote here some when I thought about this presentation. Here again, I think that the main point is to be more responsible, both to, we are not only creating future academics, and we are not doing this only for the academia. not only for ourselves, but open to the society and judged by the society in a different way. We couldn't do otherwise. So if we would stay in the position that we held in the time when this building was built, then we would become obsolete. So we cannot be obsolete, and that is why we are changing. And if you have thoughts about whether that is bureaucratization, whether that is losing purity of the academic research, it is not. It is just that we have to go on with the society that is really, really changing. I mean, we did Bologna also before we started Bologna reform, in times that were even less complicated than we have it today. I mean, today, the level of complexity after COVID, during the war in Europe, we have a lot of problems in the society. And being isolated from the society is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. So we should think how to respond to the needs of the society in a better way. And to do that, we should be decent. And to be decent, we should think about needed changes. So as said, still, we do have variety, but and here the important thing is one of new things is not only programs, it's not only doctoral schools at main organizational and framework that now take care of how we admit students, how we, with which instruments we do things with them, what we provide to them, how we are equipping them and supporting them in their research, and you will see not only research, but thinking about their future careers and so on, even beyond students. We are thinking about postgraduates and so on. So doctoral schools are doing that. And there is another big change. We have a whole new group of people that are professionals that are helping us in doing this. Among you, probably, when I identify the Council of European of Doctoral Studies, I said we are the biggest, the largest community of leaders and professionals. And these professionals are not only academics, are not only professors. There are people who are managing, who are supporting our students. This is a big new professional group that we should think about. And in our annual meetings and other events, we always have this group as a very important one. We didn't used to have this group of people. So this group of people are people who are supporting this change. And now one important part of this change is, as I said already several times, thinking about what all our PhD students need. So what are the other things other than this pure focus on their main interest and main work, and that is research and creation of knowledge in their disciplines. So here you have, from our latest survey, here you have the data about mandatory transversal skills training. So you can see that most of our universities have research ethics, integrity, and research methodology as precondition for every research, as something that most of universities give as mandatory. So, but only a minority of transversal skills are mandatory. Doctoral candidates can choose. But this is something that I didn't have when I was a PhD student. No one said that to me. And at the beginning, when I was already responsible for doctoral studies, when they produced this list, I said, are you crazy people? How? When? Who? But more and more so, we will have to adapt because these are important skills, and we will have to find a balance. So it is always, I mean, everything could be stretched, but time is there. 24 hours are there, and that is still something that limits us. And it is not only the time of students, it is also time of mentors. I'm a mentor also. I'm here in so many roles, still remembering when I was a student, really responsible for doctoral education at different levels, and also mentor to several students. And I do not have time to give all the needed, and that is why I really need these professionals who are helping me. So I don't know anymore, because I cannot. I do my research, I teach, I mentor, I'm responsible, I have to be in Lisbon all the time. So it is hard for people to do it all. But that is our life. That is a new trend that we are trying to catch up with. So it is a lot of things that are all important. Doctoral students will tell us about. All of these skills are really important. For people who will find themselves at the labor market tomorrow, and labor market will ask for this. Already to reach the labor market, already to be at the labor market, they will need some of these skills. And we should equip them also with the skill to tell the employers, future employers, that they do have these skills. So a lot of work in front of us. So these are mandatory, and the same if you look at the optional, they're the same, but you can see that now most of universities are here. So very small percentage of universities are not offering these skills at all, at any level. So one of the things that is really important nowadays is digitalization. Digitalization is something that is really a game changer. So in our research, in our studies, in our teaching, in our research communication, in everything. Hello to people who are not here, but are here only in virtual way. That was impossible several years ago. A decade ago, if you could imagine people saying hello to people in room and those who are online. What? We didn't know about that. Nowadays, digitalization is changing everything. It's changing our economies, our societies, and our universities. And to embrace this change, our PhD students really need structural foundation and structural help, and thinking about all of this, again, at the level of the university. Digitalization is part of our strategies, and it should be so because each of us cannot deal with the digitalization alone. So it is very important. With digital frameworks, rules, databases, repositories, all of that is something that could not be dealt with at the individual level or with the help of your very good mentor. No way. So we have to put in line strategies of digitalization and doctoral education. And as I said, it is, so this is the last thing I would like to say about this part of the reform. So the principle of the main aim, the main reason for doctoral education is, of course, original research and knowledge based on original research, but now we are not alone in this endeavor. Doctoral students, PhD students are not alone, but universities, institutions are responsible for that as well. And that doesn't stop when PhD holders reach the PhD, but we think institutionally about these people further. So we do in different ways help them, try to be of some help for them beyond doctoral education. So postdoctoral researchers are supported in, as you can see, at least this career development in needed training beyond, after PhD, in role of teaching, and also regarding money. So in different ways, we are trying to support them in career orientations, coaching and mentoring, network formats. So younger presenters will say much more about that probably later on. So we are also offering, as universities, different types of training and try to equip them with institutional support in funding, both in funding applications, in advice, what there are, which funding possibilities there are, writing workshop, information session, and so on, and supporting them as employees of our universities in different ways in navigating work and their lives. So we are thinking that is another whole area of what we are thinking about. Institutions, universities nowadays, much more than before, think about people holistically, should think about people holistically, should think about people that do have some other priorities in their lives and not only research and not only, their work. So we are supporting, we are more responsible to people who are in this endeavor of early stage research on studying to achieve PhD. And we are doing that both for students and for also later on. We are thinking in doctoral schools and doctoral programs about those people even beyond achievement of doctoral PhD title. And now I should be almost at the end of my presentation, but I'm still not. You said 40 minutes. So now I will just present briefly something that is very important to us at CDE-EU, and that is our vision, how we could move forward in time, in future. And if thinking about challenges ahead, my presentation is on structuring of doctoral education, but also about changes in culture. So structures and cultures are going together. If we want to do some good strategic reforming, so strategic move towards a better education, better research, better doctoral education in Europe. So in this way, thinking about both strategy, structure, and culture, we thought when we prepared the vision paper, building the foundation of a research that was a work done in CDE-EU, for almost more than a year, we debated about what, and it was based on different things. It was based first of realizing what is around us as universities, so something that is social, economic, political, if you wish, cultural changes of the time that we are living in. Digitalization, development of mutual understanding, what are the biggest problems and what are our goals globally in the world and Sustainable Development Goals are the kind of consensus globally, what are the problems and how we should think about them. Exchange with society, I already mentioned many times. Equality, diversity, and inclusion. So that is something that more than before is on the agenda of our universities because the society is thinking about that. Equality should be new quality. So equality is something of people from different races, nationalities, genders, or political orientation, whatever you think about, it is good that our universities are starting to think about also PhD students as not a homogeneous group of people, but people with different backgrounds. It is not the same to be a PhD student as a young woman, older man, migrant, member of certain communities. We should think about that. And academic freedom. Academic freedom is not new thing. It was something that I was afraid of when we started the structuring. And academic freedom is again very high at the agenda, I would say, in time of crisis, in times of war. We should think about academic freedoms. We should think how to prevent anything from bridging the freedom of speech, the freedom of free discussion, the freedom to say critical things, the freedom to say different things within the academia. That is something that is crucially important. Today, more than 20 years ago. So that is something that we thought about when writing this paper. Then funding, financial dimension. Not all of our PhD students are in the same position, not in all of the countries, not all. In my small Slovenian environment, we have different ways how our students are funded. And big problems with that. If you are full-time PhD students, full-time young researcher, that allows you to do everything. If you are a part-time PhD student with not enough of funding, that is something completely different. If the time for the duration of your PhD is not in line with the needs of your research, that is something that is really a problem for you. So funding is one important thing. And of course, policy goals that are developed based on all what I already said. And there are some, those were these big social, political, geopolitical, if you want, considerations. And then we have some special to us, internal, intrinsic motivations for thinking about the change. Diverse institutional dynamics, I said a lot about that already. Ensuring quality and fair assessment. We are in the middle of change of that. So we would like to how to say, we used to evaluate our work in Europe in a different way than Americans. Then we bought American system and we don't like it. And now we are trying to reform it and Americans are looking to us. So we should think beyond just numbers and publications and crazy publish or perish imperative. In some places, some people didn't reach that yet. Some of us are already fed up with it. So we are in the middle of reform regarding that. And that is something that is crucially important for our PhD students because we are forming them, we are enculturing them in something that might be changed at the end of the day during their PhD studies. So that is one confusion more for them. Skills fit for the purpose, I already said. Skills, different set of skills are needed for people today's finishing. Key role of supervisors. So I mentioned supervisors, I think, in my first slide. Supervisors are in a hard position today. They are not alone anymore, but still there is plenty, not only on shoulders of our PhD students, but also if you are a decent supervisor and you know what are the demands, then you are overwhelmed with all of these demands. So more and more so we are going through this transition from one supervisor to many two team of supervisors, two or more supervisors from one university, two university, industry combination of supervisors. So we are thinking about how to relax a bit and do a proper, decent job in a better way for all of us. Funding, again, and additional groups, as said. We do know that we are not the same actors as 25 years ago. We are not just university teachers and students, but more of people involved in this. Now, I do not have time. I thought that I will have, but I don't have time now to go through all 10 of our new principles and visions. I will just lead you through them. Maybe my presentation will be available to people, and the paper on which this presentation is based is online at our web page, so no problem for you to reach that. Here I'm mentioning again digitalization and how doctoral schools are the places where we should think about strategically about digitalization. Then we have sustainable development goals that are part of how we provide the framework for research for all of our PhD students, not only them, for our work as well. Exchange with society is one of the topics I think I already mentioned. And here we thought that it is not always, we don't want to be overly focused on little things, focused on just pragmatic research. We do think here, again, balance is a very important concept. Balance is a very important word. So we have to have a balance between fundamental research that could also inform us how to deal with very specific problems. So it is not being aware of this need of society for new knowledge does not mean that we will go really only very specifically, pragmatically into applied research. That doesn't mean that we will not think about fundamental research anymore. So that is crucially important to say here. I said a lot about equality, diversity, and inclusion. Institutional changes are really important in terms of thinking about structuring. So how to foster inclusivity with small things, flexible working hours, support networks, mentoring of the first generation doctorates, for example, that is a group that we didn't think about previously. So it is not the same thing if you have a lot of cultural capital, if you are from the family that already had 3 generations of PhD holders, or if you are the first in your family that, who is taking this new path of education. So we should think institutionally how to support different people with different needs for all of them to have almost never the same, but almost the leveled up starting points. Then I said a lot about academic freedom, freedom of thought, investigation. What I'm researching should be my in my free choice or free choice of academia, free debate, saying things that are not maybe in line with current political or pragmatic environmental demands, but that is freedom of speech and freedom of academic work. In institutional diversity, that is really crucial for us. Again, balance. So we have to understand this balance between all the things that are listed and crucial thing that still is the key point of doctoral education. So we have to find a balance, and that is really, really very hard, but we are trying. I also said something about the ensuring quality. I don't think I will repeat this. I said a lot about supervision, and Peter will say even more, so I will not take any of your time, and I will end up with, again, saying that fundamental thing is to have enough of time, and time is money, so money is important thing. We should strategically think how to invest in all of those things. So it is not happening just like that. It is building on a lot of endeavor and a lot of hard work of all of us. Sometimes this work is paid, sometimes it's well paid, many times it's not paid, and many times, most of the time, it's not well paid, but we are driven with some other considerations and some other motivations, and that is okay. And I started with identifying who we are, Council for Doctoral Education, and I will end up with inviting you to stay in contact, to go to all of our meetings, annual meetings, thematic workshop, to be in contact, to be helped by, I don't know who from you are already members. If you are not yet member, that is a big mistake, so you should become our member and help us, not only that the institution will help you, but we are helping each other. We are a community of people who are devoted to good doctoral education. So next time, already in January in Braga, and we are celebrating. This will be a very special event in Lausanne, Switzerland, a beautiful place. As always, our meetings are always organized in beautiful places. So see you then. Thank you for your attention. And I hope that we do have a small amount of time for questions. If not, there will be informal and formal ways of communicating in future. Thank you very much. If there are some immediate questions, I will stay here. If not, I will go there. Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Aleksandra, thank you so much for this clear, important, and complete presentation. Of course, we cannot stop such a so important presentation in a very, very Portuguese 40 minutes, but it's all right. So, you speak about, I assume that we can spread your presentation among our community, and you talk about the vision paper. We can find the vision paper, I believe, of the meeting of Manchester 2022. It's a very important paper, and it in the site of EUA-CDE we can find it easily. So let's quickly move to the next presentation. Professor Peter Hanenberg, thank you for the support you give to that presentation. I will introduce to you quickly Vice-Rector for Research at Universidade Católica Portuguesa and Director of Católica Doctoral School, member of the Steering Committee of the Council for Doctoral Education, coordinator at UCP of the International Doctoral Programs, PhD net in Literary and Cultural Studies and Contemporary Humanism, coordinator of the postdoctoral program in Integral Human Development, and coordinator of the Doctorate in Integral Ecology. His research is dedicated to European literature and culture since the 16th century, the idea of Europe and its representation, as well as the intersection of cognitive sciences and culture studies. Please, Peter, have...
Então, muito bom dia. Muito obrigado pelo convite. É um prazer estar aqui e, seguindo a introdução pela minha colega Aleksandra, que é sempre um prazer ouvir. Good morning to everybody. It's actually a pleasure to be here, and I will dive into one of the points that Aleksandra already mentioned and try to reflect a bit on the challenges in doctoral education and supervision and tutoring in special. Here you see the 4 points that I want to address. The first is a brief reflection on the term of supervision as such. Then I go back to the international recommendations that Aleksandra already presented, but diving into the issue of supervision. Then I will speak a bit about careful agreements, and you will then see what I mean by that, and in the end about supervisor training. So when we speak about supervision, there are several terms that we can address, and I think it is always important to reflect on the term that we have in mind when we are talking about supervision. So supervision, supervisor is the one who tells you, there you go. A tutor is going with you, more or less. This is the idea of a tutor, different from the idea of a supervisor, is indicating the way the tutor goes with you. That was too fast. In German, we have this word Dr. Vater, the father of the PhD, and this can also mean everything. As you know, there are many kinds of fathers, those who are present and those who are absent, and sometimes they are absent and sometimes they are present. And it also can translate into a very paternalistic relationship, of course. And then we have the very nice Portuguese term of orientador. And I must confess that I think this is the best one, because it is a mixture of all of this, someone helping you, but not being the one who indicates that you have to go there, but who shows you where ways may be. And therefore, I really appreciate this Portuguese understanding of what supervision is. But in the rest of our talk, I will still speak about the supervision, of course. There has been critique on doctoral education in many moments, even after the famous Salzburg Declaration in 2005. This piece, if I'm not mistaken, is from last year, actually, 23. In which it is stated that doctoral education in general is no longer fit for purpose. And one of the main reasons is that there is a chronic lack of support and that supervision does not really provide what it actually should provide. And there is also concern about eventually racism and discrimination taking place in the relation between supervisee and supervisor. And there is also a recommendation in this short forward, which Aleksandra already mentioned, that there is a tendency to have more than one supervisor and reducing the risks of bad supervision in this sense. For instance, that research progress should be assessed periodically and not only just once at the end of the process. So during the whole supervision process, there should be moments of assessment and thus enhance and strengthen the relation between supervisee and supervisor. So there's something going on, something wrong and something good about supervision. And therefore, I would once again look at the same recommendations that Aleksandra presented, starting, of course, with the Salzburg Declaration, and now looking specifically at point 5, which is the 5th rule, the crucial role of supervision and assessment in respect of individual doctoral candidates. Arrangements for supervision and assessment should be based on a transparent contractual framework of shared responsibilities between doctoral candidates, supervisors, and the institution, and where appropriate, including other partners. And this is a very simple claim, but I wonder in how many cases actually this is already taking place, to have a transparent contractual framework for supervision involving all those who are part of the process. 20 years ago, 10 years later, there are the second Declaration of Salzburg, in which again supervision is a topic. Supervision must be a collective effort, and there are many people involved: supervisors, supervisor teams, doctoral candidates, doctoral school, research group, the institution, and so on. And there should be actually awareness of that. Again, another new point is this providing professional development of supervisors, which is crucial to give them the muscles to be able to do their job. And there is also mentioned the supervision culture at a certain institution in a certain country, coming with terms like supervisor or orientador, and all this makes a difference and is crucial to a successful supervision. And the last point, simply saying, but it's not nothing, supervisors must be active researchers. This ties very directly with what doctoral education is all about. It is producing an original piece of research. Also in the already mentioned document from CDE, Building the Foundation of Research, again, it is stated that supervision is one of the central elements of doctoral education. And again, there is a shift to the team which could take care of supervision instead of just one supervisor. And there are certain challenges mentioned. In fact, I will not read the text for you. You can read it, of course, on yourself. But I just wanted to point to some of the words which are there. The dependency between supervisor and supervisor, then the emergence of conflicts between the two or between other parts, then hot topics of daily life, like the organization of work, or at the end of the thesis, the issue of authorship and ownership, and this all leads to a very complex and increasingly complex relation between supervisors and supervisors. And the last line is about giving to the candidates the time and freedom they need. And both are the most difficult things in the world. Time is scarce and freedom sometimes as well. Again, in a summary in the same document, it is stated how crucial supervision is, and again then drawing attention to the need of training the supervisors. The training of supervisors, interestingly here, might even start during the supervision. So the supervisees might already be trained by offering them teaching opportunities so that they can face the challenges from that side, teaching opportunities and teaching training, of course, and that they grow into the role of supervisors with the help of mentors in doing so. There's also at the end of this paragraph mentioning of joint and virtual supervision, and I will say a word of that later on, because it, I think, collocates new challenges in a certain way. So we need, for all this, an appropriate research environment. There are more recommendations. As you can see here, I'm presenting the guidelines of the Marie Curie program, and they are very extensively explaining what is the role of the supervisor, and Aleksandra made clear that one supervisor might be overwhelmed by so many things to do, and he might do a kind of outsourcing when it comes, for instance, to the code of ethics or issues of ethics. That is frequently done in the context of doctoral schools or doctoral programs and not on the shoulders of the single supervisor. Nevertheless, it is complex what generally the supervisor has to offer in giving access to research, or the last point on that page, guaranteeing equal treatment for researchers with special needs, whatever needs this might be. And of course, the classical, the normal, what everybody thinks about what a supervisor is supporting research, but it should be also done in a fair way, monitoring and assessing the progression of the research and regularly providing feedback. This is easy to write as a sentence and difficult to do for many reasons, and including the difficulties of knowing how to give feedback. Also something that supervisors have not attended sufficiently, maybe in many moments, are issues of career development, and not just sticking to the moment, but having a future perspective in what they are doing with the supervising. And continuing in these lines, and still in the Marie Curie document, there is an increasing notion of how important well-being is, and how well-being is actually challenged in this phase of life, especially for doctoral candidates. And the role of the supervisor then is also the role of a model, which can be healthy or unhealthy, can be a contribution to well-being or not. Issues of mental health, I will mention it in a minute, are increasingly relevant in that context. Then there is a paragraph on communication and conflict resolution, as if communication were a simple thing. It is not, and it has to be trained. There has to be a notion of how communication works and how it does not work in many cases. Therefore, this is also something that should be faced. And again, everything is nice as long as everything is nice, but when there is a conflict, there must also be structures to address conflicts. And therefore, the same regulation by Marie Curie asked for regularly training supervisors in their role. It should be part of what the host institution offers in terms of regular professional development. They address what this would mean, for instance, meaning that supervisors by training, learn to have a wide focus on project management, communication, interpersonal skills, and awareness of mental health issues, as I was already saying. The ways to do this might also be in form of peer-to-peer support or having co-supervisors actually sharing the job. These last point, bullet point, providing spaces for mentoring new supervisors by experienced supervisors in the sense that they are introduced in their new role. So we do not have a lack of recommendations. We have a lot of recommendations, and I think it would be very important actually to think about how to implement them at our universities. If we look at another publication on the golden triangle for a successful doctoral project, then you see how here the balanced role of the supervisor is crucial as well. In offering all these bullets which are on his or her side, and of course counting on the candidate and his activity or her activity on the other. So that leads me already to the international, to what I announced as careful agreements. And the careful agreements actually have to do with the challenges of mental health. And if you look at these numbers, 50% of doctoral candidates face difficulties of mental well-being, and 33% have attested diseases or symptoms of attested problems in mental health. And they are much worse is the wrong word. It's much more salient than in the rest of society. And if you think a second what doctoral candidates are doing, you easily understand why it is. It's a phase in life where everything is uncertain. It's a phase in life where you're asked to do new things. It's a phase in life where you don't know where you go. It's a phase of life where you have to struggle with authority and your own freedom and so on and so forth. And it's really, really challenging and therefore needs attention. And as Aleksandra was saying, no one can do this alone, and I will give you now the example of our environment at our university and showing in Portuguese in this case the many elements which come together to actually build an environment for the sorry, that was too fast, for a successful doctoral program or doctoral process. And any of these arrows on any of these lines are critical moments. Moments which need attention, moments which need training in the end. Only if we try to invite everybody to be aware of the risk and conflicts hidden in these relations, then we are on a good way. It's all relational. That's what I wanted to say with this slide. And what I, at our university, have suggested, just a word, our university has a central doctoral school for all doctoral programs, reaching from bioengineering to theology, in our case, so everything. And what I have suggested is something that I mentioned in the beginning, which is this contractual relation and making this transparent and, in a certain sense, strong. And we do not have something just to sign, but we suggest something to fill in. So that the supervisee and the supervisor sit together and fill in this form and reflect on these things that I will guide you through very shortly. Reflect on what the supervisor is and the supervisor a supervisee is and what they expect mutually. This is crucial because the mismatch of expectations is frequent. And it also might be relevant to think about the stakeholders which are involved in the whole thing. It's not just about two, it's about how it fits into society, as Aleksandra was arguing. And then there are several points which develop deeper into the relationship. So how is the candidate integrated in the research center or in the research environment? Which support is expected from the doctoral school? If there is a co-supervisor or a supervising team, how is the relation defined? How does it work? Who has the last word to say? When do they meet 3 persons or 4 persons? And all these kind of things. So, and, of course, there must be agreement on a research plan. It must be offered and discussed which data are accessible to the candidate. There should be mentioned the regularity of meetings and whether there are or not minutes of the meetings that are held. And there should also be a short thinking about the forms of feedback that here are expected. Is it just shouting in the room, that's wrong? Or is it proposing a new formulation for the sentence? And between these two extremes, there are many other things that can happen and should be thought about. And how deeply will the supervisor intervene in the writing process as such? One of the challenges also is intellectual property. So at our university, we have a regulation. Many universities have a regulation on that. And that should be also faced constantly and transparently. And then on career development, there should be signs which training and research competences should be acquired, which are missing, which access to conference and publications along the years are thought of or are planned, and maybe also thinking about where do you want to go after the PhD with your work. Increasingly important, internationalization, a double degree co-tutel, and that implies a lot. I will say a sentence on that later. And what kind of mobility is implied? Do you just stay with us in nice Lisbon, or will you also go to Ljubljana, which is also a very nice city? And as Aleksandra was saying, the supervisor should know about funding. And I must confess, I do not know about every of my supervisees, the way they fund themselves. Well, more or less, I sometimes know. But it's important, of course, to understand. It's important to understand whether they are in need of something or not. And then you need, of course, to assure the acceptance of the code of ethics. A word on plagiarism is always needed. Today, the uses of AI are a challenging thing for everybody. And of course, the knowledge about ethics committees. And just a line to think about well-being and say, well, if you are going bad, let me know. And conflict resolutions that might allow to address eventual conflicts. So, you see, supervisors have a lot to do. Filling in this would already take at least 2 hours, I guess. And therefore, we also have to face the question of supervisor training. And that's my last point. As we are facing the world of AI, I ask Copilot to tell me what supervisor training should be about, so that we could shorten our discussion here. And Copilot tells us that training should include recruitment and selection, as I said before, roles and responsibilities, It should address issues of communication and leadership. So it seems that Copilot has heard my speech so far. It should support well-being. It should care about the integration with research culture at the university, and it should also include career development. So anything that I said before, Copilot recognizes as the central issues of training supervisors. So that seems to be common sense, because Copilot is a kind of common sense. Nevertheless, there are some other things that might be worth considering and which Copilot did not see. As I said, the expectations, this document that you're seeing now is a small piece that are produced for our European University Alliance and for discussing ways of co-supervision, co-tutel within our European University Alliance Transform for Europe. And the second point is the training of supervisors in techniques of feedback, which I think is very, very important, especially when it comes to the third point, when it comes to intercultural supervision. And I can tell you, even though we are just speaking, or even if we are just speaking about Europe, we are speaking of completely different expectations, forms of feedback, acceptance of ways of speaking, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to non-European cultures, then it is, of course, even more salient. And therefore, awareness of this and training in this, I think, is crucial. There are many issues when it comes to the teams, especially when it comes to teams which are working virtually, because in a personal relation or in a personal situation, you can correct by gestures or by attitudes what goes wrong with the words, which cannot happen so easily in virtual environments. And this might have a very negative impact on the whole thing. Even things like you can do this in online supervision, you can record the session, but what happens when someone uses the record for purposes which are not foreseen? So there must be awareness and agreement on that at the same time, which is very demanding. And of course, data protection as well. I'm running, would just address 5 challenges to supervisor training, which I think are urgent in the moment, and which, by the way, Copilot did not catch up. The first one is the awareness and the inclusion of the research the competence framework for research in doctoral education and in supervision. So as you know, this research thing is very complex. It is how now in the European research area, research is understood, or the researchers' roles are understood. PhD candidates must be prepared for that. And as those who dived into this proposal already know, that there's, for each of these competences that you can acquire or you should acquire to a certain extent, there are levels, and of course levels of getting into it and being an expert in the end. The first time we looked at this together in our meeting, we were very happy to verify that doing research is also still one of the competencies in the European framework. Well, the other points I think are increasingly important for allowing the PhD students to have a career not only in academia and in academia a successful career. The second urgent topic that I think is on AI. You mentioned it, I mentioned it. And the European Code of Conduct for Research Integrity has recently been adapted to the circumstances of AI, and it is included in the failures of ethical integrity when it says that hiding the use of AI or automated tools in the creation of content or drafting of publications is an unacceptable practice in research. And this is very much under discussion now at every university, and of course this reference to this framework is very important. A third challenge, again, this image is done by Copilot. Here's a Copilot, he's always now flying with me. And I asked Copilot to give an image illustrating the challenges of knowledge security with a world map highlighting the main countries which pose a threat of knowledge security. He did not perform very well in terms of identifying the high risks, but I would have never imagined 5 years ago that I would speak about research security here on occasion of doctoral training. Now we speak about research security, and there are good reasons for that. Universities have to also be critical on good reasons, I agree, but we cannot think that it is nothing, that it is not relevant. So in many fields, research or knowledge security is an urgent topic, and supervisors must be aware of that. And then I offer, before going to a European speaker, one of the sentences that the European Commission offered to the universities as their role in the future, and they highlighted or mentioned the universities as lighthouses of our European way of life. And if you read into it, it's about innovation, of course, and how universities help to critically develop societies in the contemporary world. And I think this sentence has two faces. One is that we can agree that universities are crucial to the European way of life in a certain sense. They are an institution developed in European history for historical reasons at a certain moment and developing now in other directions as well. But of course, if you look at a statement like that from a standpoint of African countries or Asian countries, they would not really appreciate facing again the European way of life. But, well, internally speaking, this is what we are invited to. What I wanted to say is this challenge is about the political implications of what we are doing. How we do research, how we talk about academic freedom, how we talk about research security, how we talk about ethics. This is all highly political. And I think this is something which candidates might be aware of as well as supervisors and should be trained in that. And all these 4 points lead to the last expression that I actually appreciate a lot in defining universities and therefore defining the role of supervisors, the role of PhD training in general, is to to keep universities alive as a safe haven for building and sharing knowledge, critical thinking, and creative ideas. And that's what supervision should stimulate with the candidates, and supervisors should actually be prepared for doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for such an interesting presentation about this very updated issue of training, supervision, and tutors. And thank you for defending the Portuguese word orientador, by the way. So you talk about the contract between supervision and PhD student. In the next meeting of EUA-CDE in Lausanne, I remember that Lausanne University have a very interesting kind of contract between supervisor and student that I can believe you can find it easily online. So that's a relationship that is getting very, very dynamic nowadays, and it's very important to talk about this issue. So we can accept now 2 or 3 questions from the audience or from people that are following us online. So okay. You can identify yourself, please, and then.
Okay, my name is Luís Pais from Bragança Polytechnic University, or Instituto Politécnico Bragança. My question is to Aleksandra, Mrčela.
I don't know, Aleksandra, I don't know if you want to sit, and Peter, maybe it's better to. And you can have a glass of water, by the way, if you want to.
So my question is to Aleksandra, Mrčela. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and your thoughts. I can resume that you briefly defend the structured approach for doctoral studies, because I realize that, so there is some advantages on that, considering the impact and the strategic organization of the PhD programs, joining different areas, etc., etc. And in that way, you for sure ensure a higher impact of what you research, not only in the academic field, but also in society as a whole. I would like, and for you defend the doctoral school. So my question is, what is in fact for you a doctoral school? If it is a physical organization separated by the other faculties and schools in the institution. So I heard about the advantages of doctoral schools, I agree. I would like to hear a little bit your thoughts about the disadvantages and risks on creating those doctoral schools, particularly, let's say, on the risk to creating a wall between undergraduate training and research training, not only for students, but also for teachers. So my question is about that. Thank you.
Is this working? Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question. So doctoral school can be different things. So the basic intent, the basic logic is to do more with different instruments. So that is what I talked about. I will tell you maybe based on my experience what is doctoral school in my university. So when I led the doctoral school, I sat at the rectorate, so I didn't sit in one of the faculties. University of Ljubljana have 23 faculties and 3 art academies. That is who we are. And at the doctoral school, at the level of the university, there was a president of doctorals, vice-rector for doctoral education, then 6 people who were responsible, administrative support, who were responsible for doctoral education in terms of offering administrative support to me and to supervisors of doctoral schools, coordinators of doctoral education at each of 26 members of the university. So at each of faculties, so at each of broader disciplinary centers, we had people who knew about the content of research. So they were there. So I'm trying to answer your later questions. So how we thought about not breaking, not having a structure that is somewhere there, thinking about different things than people who are involved in everyday research, in everyday teaching. In everyday teaching, both I'm teaching graduate students, I'm teaching undergraduate students, and I'm teaching doctoral students. So I am the quality control of what you are asking as a threat. So we tried to combine, my predecessor, a professor who was head of doctoral school before me, she had a really difficult time to convince people that there is a need of someone who will supervise, control everything in terms of just rules, some very when we started, I will say this, when we started forming doctoral school at the university level, before that, we have 26 rules in 26 members of the university about doctoral education. And my role was to make just one much shorter that will be a common ground for all of us. So it is about the common ground. So it is about something that is needed regardless of disciplinary diversity, regardless of actual research that people are working on, and it goes about, it enables university to be not only, as I said, more decent towards different students and more one university, but also crucially important, Peter said a lot about this collaboration between universities in Europe. So you cannot do that starting from your individual little research. You cannot collaborate with this bigger than my university institutions, and that is what we are doing. And the purpose of all of this, according to me, if I want to be benevolent towards this harmonization of our, is to do better research. As a sociologist, I was really not feeling very well with the idea that at my faculty of social sciences, we do have sociology, and 10 blocks away is the different faculty of arts, and they do some sort of sociology. Now, they are really serious in doing sociology. And then head of doctoral school said, but now you will have to do everything together. And I said, but I don't want to do anything with them. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I, at the end, when I grow up from my individualism and my being the best sociologist in the university, then I thought that maybe there is something in this, that we are the best when we are collaborating together. When I collaborate on gender studies with sociologists here, we do share knowledge, and it is good for the sociology. Maybe not for me individually, because I was the queen of the sociology, and now I'm one of the people that are really communicating better, using these structures in order to improve the sociology. And again, doctoral schools could be organized and are organized in different ways. In my university, as said, we try to do something at the university level, creating just the really, really loose framework that will help other people who are really doing doing doctoral education to do that better. And transversal skills, all of this that is common all of these other things that are in this big picture of competences where still we do have research, and that is important, that all the other things are easily it is easier to do them at the common level, or at the level of the university. It would be really stupid to organize this 26 times in our case. So I think that a doctoral school should be organized on the level that allows things that are common to be commonly done, and to avoid duplication and to increase the level of harmonization in order to do what is the most important thing, and that is research, in the best way. And obstacles and threats are, as I said, many, but if you have this really very easy to comprehend logic, you can fight this. So my biggest fear, as already said, was the bureaucratization, to have people doing things that will affect my life without knowing about my life. That was a terrible thing for me to face. But when I was responsible for doing this, I thought, okay, I will leave people doing their research. I have no idea about research in physics. So I will not go into what is in research in physics, but physicists, sociologists, historians, people, linguists, we all do have same principles. And above that, we all have same things that are common beyond our specific research. I hope I answered a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Can you pose your question, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for presentations. I would like to have your comments on 3 points. One of them relates to what you have said in your presentation, Aleksandra, about, you talked a lot about structure and about the institutional involvement, and there are some pitfalls in that, because you can exaggerate in structuring and on strengthening the institutional context. We had, for instance, that in Portugal in the beginning, when we talked about doctoral programs, and then there were sort of disciplines with lectures and lots of credits and little research, as we call it, for a doctorate degree. So I would like your comment on that. Also, I was a bit, I was saying shocked, but it's too strong, the word, about the need to have specialized people working in doctoral schools. Of course, you have to have people that know things, and in different matters, on research, on management, on communication, and so on. But I would not like to have this doctoral level with specialized people on specific things. So probably it was not your idea, but it could be understood as that. So this is one point. The other one relates with funding. Of course, funding is important, and funding is important also for the student, for the PhD student, how to cope with these 3 years or 4 years or 5 years in Portugal on average, which is too long. So about half of our PhD diplomees are funded by our Foundation for Science and Technology from FCT. And they are, most of them, they are funded on an individual basis. So they are not aggregated in a sort of doctoral program. So I would like your comments, both of you, or comments on should our funding agency return to a previous concept of funding also doctoral programs. And finally, supervision, a very, very important point, very important. And we have a lot of things that are not very, very good. We have people that, in fact, do not supervise, do not know how to supervise, and we have people also who are co-supervisors, co-orientadores, to pick up this Portuguese word, just to get a line in their CVs. You have that. So in many cases, you have a team of 3 supervisors. One is the real supervisor, then the other 2 is, well, to help them in building their CVs or something like that. Well, I'm exaggerating, of course. Well, so my question is, training of supervision is really important. Should, for instance, the agency, our accreditation agency, put as a guideline or as a rule or a semi-rule that doctoral programs would be accredited only if supervisors have a certain level and a certain training?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can accept the question from back. And then you answer together the both questions, please. And then we go on with the program because we have already the next speaker waiting in the online.
Just to make the question. So thank you. So to make it a bit more complex, so you are talking...
Can you identify?
Yeah, I'm the coordinator of the new doctoral school of Técnico, that is the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Lisbon. So, you talk about the faculties inside the university. You can also talk about departments inside the faculties. But my question is about, so you have in Europe a kind of organization that not very often or sometimes you have the research institutes outside universities. And even some of them are private, non-profit. So professors do the research there. And then the interconnection, I think, is even more complex that we have inside the university, because the doctoral degree is the exact way that you do the gap between the school and research. So do you have these kind of things in different countries of Europe? Can you talk a bit about your experience?
Okay, thank you for all the questions. So 4 questions by you. Structure, professionals, funding, and structure, professional funding, and supervising. So structuring, yes, there is always a threat that we will do more of structures. I'm sure that Peter will help me. I'm not aware of your particular problems. Maybe you're already too structured and you should reduce the level of structuring. I'm always thinking about structures in function of ideas. So I would never do, when I was responsible for structuring, I would never do a structure that is there just for being nice structure. So structure always have to be a minimum of structuring in order to provide a good way to achieve the aim. And about aims, I already said a lot before. So don't do structures that artistically, so just for themselves. That is connected to your second question about professionals. As said, that was one of my biggest fears, that we will create monstrums, that we will create managers of something that they do not understand. So I am against that again, but if you want to provide everything that we said, the long list of things that are needed, it was not our idea to, but it was not our idea that the world will be changed, and world is changed. So if you don't have people that you can, you said it nicely, outsource part of responsibilities of organizing transversal skills, a mentor cannot do that, of doing a good job in supporting students on many of these topics. You cannot do it without people who are professionals, people who are better in organizational, in managerial, in those things than in research itself. That doesn't mean, again, that we are unbalancing things, that we are going away from the the main thing, and that is research and creation of new knowledge. But you cannot do without people who are capable to hold these structures on their shoulders. So professionals are needed. You should have a good rector and good supervision of the structure. And a good rector will do a good balance between people who are there to support structures and between people who are there to support the most important thing why we are here, and that is the content. So structure cannot be organized without the content. Third thing, funding. Funding is crucial. I don't know enough, you will help me, about Portuguese situation. I do have my own experience in Slovenia. We have a biggest problem of all that I mentioned before, and that is different funding of different PhD students. I have in my class students, PhD students, who are funding in different ways. I can see the difference. Should we fund programs? Should we fund doctoral schools? I have no idea in your case. We are funding in, and I do know about different experiences in different European countries. I don't know which way is the best. Probably it is embedded in the academic special situation in each country. So I think that Peter will be better in answering concretely your question. And supervision, I will leave that to you. To go to the complex question of connections with, not within university, beyond university, with research institutes. We are at my university and in many American universities, in many German universities, we are trying to build connections, build coalitions, build alliances, no, that is not a word, coalitions with different type of organization that do research. So we institutionally connect with each other in order to be together. We are doing that not only for the purposes of the better PhD programs, in order to be higher on the ranks of universities. We are trying to build in publications of institutes that are, we have a lot of problems here. We do have, how did you say, conflicts, or we are not always in the best communication, but yes, I do understand the question, and I think it is important to find a good way of collaboration. And it is complex, there are two worlds, but there are also needs from the both sides that could be met in order to overcome the conflicts and do a good collaboration.
Three very short answers. The PhD is an academic title, and universities and higher education institutions should know why and what for they award a PhD. Collaboration is key, collaboration is necessary, and in this collaboration, universities and higher education institutions should always know what their role is. Yeah, first answer. Second answer, to the very first question, just to make a joke, if you want to have a good doctoral school, so invite the most skeptical person on the topic to run it or to even suggest how it should work, and then you get something which really makes sense. And then the last question about whether the agency should determine this or that on supervision or whatever topic, I think what the agency could do is invite the institutions to explain what they are doing and why they are doing this. And in an understanding that there is not one way that fits all. It's not that doctoral programs as such make sense everywhere, but they make sense in certain situations. In certain situations, it would be very good to have PhD students equally funded. In other situations, it might not be relevant. So what is at stake is that people involved in a concrete project, in a concrete proposal, should be able to explain what they are doing to make it really in a good way, and understanding the significance, understanding the meaning, the effects, the societal dimension, and so on and so forth. But not asking everyone to do it the same way. So in terms of supervision, for instance, concretely speaking, there should be a question on supervision. How do you imagine, and that for the Marie Curie programs is already the case. How are you thinking about organizing supervision, but not asking, for instance, to make supervision training compulsory or something? I think that's not, though I would like to do it, but I know there are reasons which lead some people to say it should not be. So let's face the fact that there are many ways to do a good work.
Okay. Thank you again. And let's move quickly to the next presentation. It will be done by Yann-Maël Bideau. From the topic Blueprint for a European Degree, so fashionable issue. Yann-Maël Bideau, it's policy officer in the higher education unit of the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture in the European Commission. Yann has coordinated the preparatory work on the blueprint for a European degree. So, it's already there. Hello, Yann.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
You can go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your welcome. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to talk about the blueprint for a European degree. Indeed, that is also so relevant in the context of joint doctorates. So I will try to give you a short, I understand you're under time pressure, so don't worry, I don't intend to use all the time allocated to me. That's a good news for you. A short overview of where we stand, what's the basic concept behind the European degree, the reasons why we are looking into it, and what's gonna happen from now on. So the blueprint for a European degree, it was a communication published earlier this year that is the result of a lot of work behind the scene that was carried out at the European Union level, of course, under the instruction of the different member states that were looking into a concept that could fit the need of transnational cooperation between different institutions. We and they heard a lot about the difficulties that practitioners have to concretely work one with another on the ground and in context of initiatives like Maria Skłodowska-Curie Action, like Erasmus Mundus, and like the European Universities Initiative. This only became more and more evident, and the need to do something to tackle some of these issues. So the blueprint for a European degree is the result of this need and the result of the work that was carried out by many higher education institutions that looked at what the concept could be, what the criteria of the European degree could be, what would qualify as a European degree, and what it would be useful for. And they have provided their results this year. These results were incorporated in the communication for the blueprint for a European degree. And this is what I'm going to present you now, knowing that indeed that happened during the last mandate of the European Commission. We have a new European Commission that is getting started right now, and this is actually one of the reasons as well I am replacing my head of unit for this presentation today, because there is a lot of work in Brussels around the installation of the new European Commission. But the European degree is very clearly in the political guidelines of the next European Commission mentioned as a priority that we will continue working on in the coming years. So this is not only something that was relevant in the previous political context with the previous Parliament, with the previous European Commission, it will remain relevant in the future. The basic idea behind it is that, of course, we are stronger when we cooperate one with another, including in the field of higher education, including in research, and including to trigger innovation. We have seen that happening a lot with the European Universities Initiative, with Erasmus Mundus, with Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action, and we see that joint degree programs are a way to build these connections, to make lasting cooperation between institutions, and to deliver excellent education, most importantly, to students, to doctoral candidates, and to really prepare them to work afterward or do research on a more global scale. And it's a way for higher education institutions as well to really build on each other's strengths, to build synergies, and to provide excellent education, and we think there should be more of these opportunities available to European citizens, very simply. But as you know, and as you are discussing probably today, the situation today is extremely complicated. When someone in a higher education institutions wants to start building a joint program, they are immediately confronted to, well, we've mapped almost 100 issues, but there are probably many more. Problems that arise from different administrative context, different processes in different higher education institutions, different law that don't allow everyone to do the same type of program. Very simply, they are different in uses of ECTS. Sometimes diploma templates, the simple fact of issuing a diploma is extraordinarily regulated, which make it very difficult to issue any diploma jointly. The admission policies, mobility rules, accreditation requirements, there are restrictions on language uses that can or cannot be used to a certain extent in different programs, for example, maximum in terms of mobility that can happen in a program, possibilities to have an experience like a traineeship counted as part of a curriculum or not. So the situation on the ground is extremely complex, and every combination of higher education institutions leads to different type of problems that are always completely unpredictable. And this is why one of the reasons we believe that there is not as many joint programs in Europe as we would like to see on the offer for the European students. There are, of course, Bologna tools. There is the principle of automatic recognition that exists, that are there to facilitate cooperation between systems. But first of all, there are problems in the implementation of these Bologna instruments, Bologna tools. What was agreed in the context of the Bologna process is not always translated into action at national level, or at national level or regional level. There may be addition of national or regional regulation on the top of them, which make them not useful anymore, because as soon as you start building new rules on common rules, then these rules are not common rules anymore. They just become your own rules with some kind of common inspiration for a part of them. And they don't address all the incompatibilities between the systems, between the curriculum structure. We talked about the duration of the studies that may be different in the case of bachelors, in the case of masters, in the case of doctoral programs, teaching languages, number of semesters abroad, etc., etc. So these very concrete obstacles are not addressed today by any instrument at a European level or at the level of the Bologna process. And this is why the European degree was built as a concept, as something, an instrument, a framework, if you want to, that would be absolutely dedicated to building joint programs and joint degrees in Europe. So it's not about replacing national structures, national degrees, national degree program structures. It is only to be applied in the context of joint program, and to say, why can't we agree on what a joint program should be, what would be the minimum requirements for this joint program, and stick to them. And the result, of course, would be that if there is an agreement on such framework, then there is an easier design and delivery of joint educational program across Europe, because everyone would be confronted to the same framework and would have to use the same framework. It replaces a multitude of case-by-case obstacles by one very predictable framework to be used by everyone and that everyone can know in advance. Of course, this framework should not compete against the Bologna process instrument. They should build on them. For example, the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs should be an integral part of this concept of European degree, and it is. And the end result would be, of course, more opportunity for students, but also for staff, because they teach in these programs. If there is more of such programs, there is more opportunities for professionals as well, for the institutions and different systems to benefit more for transnational cooperation, maybe dedicate less resources trying to solve unsolvable issues and focus these resources on building good educational programs and good cooperation that are beneficial for everyone. So the European degree as a concept would be a type of degree that would be a joint degree, very simply being the result of a joint program that would exist as a bit different, separate a case as regular programs. Of course, the rules applied to these programs will be slightly different than the ones from national programs, because they are not national programs, they are transnational programs, so they need specific rules, and these rules need to be shared between different countries, otherwise it doesn't make sense, of course. So these rules or this framework, we have to be careful to define very clearly what would justify that special rules would apply to these programs. And these justification would come from criteria that help to qualify a program as a program leading to a European degree or not. And these criteria should be common. The basic principles would be that, of course, it's not something that European Union has any power to impose on anyone. It is not even in the power of the European Union to, as such, create a European degree. It can be done only by the different countries, member of the European Union, that can only decide voluntarily if they want to have this in their own national framework or regional framework. And if they choose to do so, of course, to make it exist legally, administratively, regulatorily in their own system. And no one can force institutions to decide that they want to offer European degrees, of course. Maybe there will be higher education institutions that, even if a member state has said they want to have it, maybe there will be higher education institutions that would not necessarily be interested in building such program, and this is completely fine. Nobody can force them to do it. It's not going to be linked to any access to Erasmus+. It is really meant to be an instrument to help them to facilitate transnational cooperation when they want to do so, with the core principle being to cut red tape to establish joint degree programs. Now, when we talk about the European degree, there are two concepts that are a bit sometimes conflicting and that make the message a bit difficult to understand sometimes. There is the idea of a label, of the European degree taking the shape of a label, and the idea of a European degree taking the shape of a degree. Well, the two can work in synergy. The way we see in the communication that on the blueprint of the European degree, that establishing the European degree as a label can be a good preparatory step, because it implies that joint programs leading to joint degrees that meet the criteria that would have been fixed for the European degree could receive a nice European degree label on the top of it to signal the fact that these are really very deeply integrated programs between higher education institutions that could be awarded only to programs that already exist, of course. And by doing so, you can prepare the ground to signal simply the fact that this is possible to achieve. And the higher education institutions that have managed to acquire this label, they probably have gone through a lot of difficulties, administrative, regulatory, etc., but they managed to do so. If we want to make their life easier, we can simply move this check of criteria at the level of the accreditation of these programs and have these programs being accredited on that basis, meaning that the European degree takes the shape now of a proper European degree, and there is no multiple evaluation of the different programs. That is why we also say in the communication that we envisage this check of these criteria only as embedded in existing quality assurance and accreditation procedures. We don't want to create a European quality assurance agency or have an extra quality assurance check of this program. They should be embedded in either the accreditation of the programs or in the evaluation of an existing program that is anyway already happening. The communication came along with a proposed council recommendation on the European quality assurance and recognition system, which includes a lot of recommendations for the different systems of the member states, not necessarily all linked to the European degree, but in general, there are recommendations to improve all quality assurance systems across Europe to make them more focused on enhancing the quality of programs rather than being a pass or fail exercise and a tick boxing exercise, but more we see quality assurance as a process that can help higher education institutions to improve along the way their educational offer, to have system-specific recommendations as well. You know, in Europe, some countries have an institutional-based external quality assurance. Other countries it's program-based. In other countries it is mixed. So we have recommendations for each of them, and we have recommendations laying the foundation toward the European degree, basically asking member state the mandate to continue the work on the European degree and start building proper quality assurance procedures for this future European degree. And another part is based on implementing automatic recognition of degrees, which will be important for all degrees in Europe, including European degrees. So as annexes, we have two annexes of this recommendation. There are important documents. One is about building blocks for a cross-institutional quality assurance framework for alliances of higher education institutions. The idea being that if higher education institutions have established a structure, a common governance structure, they have a joint offer, a joint educational offer among them. What about a cross-institutional quality assurance framework for them so they can conduct their internal quality assurance as an alliance and not as individual institutions, reducing, of course, the number of processes and procedures within these alliances. And then the Annex 2 contained the European criteria for the European degree, whether envisaged as a label or as a degree, they are the same criteria. For the cross-institutional quality assurance framework for alliances of higher education institutions, it builds on the outcome of the unique Erasmus Plus funded project. What is clear is that the evaluation should fully incorporate the ESG and that the alliance's internal quality assurance ensure that the educational programs comply with the standard of the European approach of quality assurance of joint programs. And when these programs are European degree programs, meet the criteria of the European degree program. The idea here being always to build on the existing, not inventing new processes or new frameworks, but building on the existing frameworks and pushing for their further adoption and mainstreaming. Of course, the evaluation should be carried by one ECHA registered agency chosen by the Alliance, and the methodology should ensure that each procedure is tailored to the individual Alliance, because they are different in terms of scope, in terms of size, etc. Some example of the proposed European criteria for the European degree. We, as I said, envisage it only as something for joint educational programs. So that means at least 2 higher education institutions from 2 different EU member states. but they could be 3, they could be 4, they could be 5, they could be more, and some of these countries could be from non-EU country. That's absolutely no problem, as long as the minimum of 2 from 2 EU countries is met. Comply with the Bologna and EU tools and standards. The learning experience of the students should embed mobility, be student-centered, include some kind of interdisciplinary component. It doesn't mean that the entire program should be interdisciplinary, but there should be an exposure to interdisciplinarity in any program. For joint doctorate, there should be co-evaluation and co-supervision of dissertation. I hear that that was a question that arose before as well. And there is no European degree without European values. It's not just joint degree, it's a European degree. So there we envisage the promotion of democratic value, promotion of multilingualism, promotion of environmental sustainability and respect of the principle of the European Charter. All the criteria, they are quite well defined in the communication, in the proposed recommendation that I mentioned earlier. You're all free to go see them in detail online. The idea behind being always to build synergy. So you will find all the Bologna instruments in the criteria of the European degree. They are all there. We mentioned that internal and external quality assurance should be done in accordance with the ESG, that the standards of the European approach for quality assurance of joint program should be used for the quality assurance of the program, that the learning outcomes and the credits aligned with ECTS user guide for bachelor and masters. For doctorates, we don't make this criteria mandatory because we know the situation is much different, and the same for joint diploma supplement for bachelor and masters, not necessarily for joint doctorates. So now the concept is out there, the concept is publicly available. What is going to happen now? In few days, the different pilot projects that looked at the criteria of the European degree, that revised them and that agreed on a consensus to have the criteria that we have published together, will publish a common final report of their conclusion. It's going to come in the coming days. There are discussions in the new European Parliament at national level, of course, of what's going to happen next. We will have a new presidency of the European Union, the Polish presidency, which wants to start discussing and reacting to this, which is now only a proposal of the European Commission, the communication of the European Commission, but the member states have to decide. And they want to start to decide as from January. They want to look at the criteria of a European degree. They want to eventually, we hope so, adopt them, maybe after some revision if they think something is missing or needs to be revised. And from there, we would start in developing guidelines for the implementation, because it's good to have criteria, but we have to make sure everyone has the same understanding of what they are. How do we measure each criteria? What is the methodology behind? So we'll start developing guidelines for the implementation of European degree in a European degree policy lab during the first half of next year. And from there, we could already start having the European degree as a label issued to existing joint programs. By mid-2025, we also want to support the administrations at national level to look at what would be needed in their system to have the European degree, because it would still be a lot of work for them to include it if they want to in their own national system. So we want to help them to look at the work that needs to be done and support them in doing so. And higher education institutions that maybe would like to have programs that could be awarded the European degree label and support them in developing these programs or adapting existing ones so they meet these criteria. So this is in the Erasmus Plus annual work program for 2025. We are planning calls for both national administrations and higher education institutions to support them to move toward a European degree. And this European degree could take the shape of a proper degree, probably following a new recommendation from the European Commission. Once these first steps would have been developed, the guidelines would have been developed, each country would have seen what kind of work is needed in their own system to have it. We could have something as soon as 2027 as a proposal for a recommendation on a European degree as a degree. And from there, hopefully, the adoption of the European degree as a degree could be further mainstreamed across the different member states for the end of the mandate of this commission toward 2030. So that was, in a nutshell, a bit what is happening on the field of the European degree. As you see, it is a lot about trying to build on the knowledge we have. That situation on the ground is very complicated for those that want to create joint educational program. To find a solution that is appropriate for both bachelor, master's, and doctorate programs to have a common framework to work on and support everyone to adopt this framework once, of course, all the steps related to the adoption, the agreement reached by the different member states will have been fulfilled. So these are exciting years ahead. I'm very lucky to be working on this initiative. I'm very glad also to see that we have, through the European degree, a renewed focus for joint doctorates as well, including in the context of the Erasmus Plus program. And I hope that we can count on you for these future developments. And in any case, we'll be working very close to you in the coming months and years to make this a reality for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yann, for your clear presentation about this issue. It's good to know that you are not planning for the moment to create a European quality agency, but we can accept 2 or 3 questions before lunch. So feel free if you want to put questions to the previous speakers, unless we don't have questions. I believe that, Yann, that your presentation was so clear that nobody wants... Okay. Peter.
Thank you for the presentation and for inviting us to know about the way that we are heading. One is a question. Today we are speaking about doctoral education in this conference. And I wonder whether the specificities of the doctoral degree could be something which will influence the process of a joint degree other than or compared to master and BA degrees. Is there any thought on that and maybe how institutions like the CDE, the Council of Doctoral Education of the European University Association, can be involved in the process to bring in this specific perspective of the PhD degree?
Thank you. Yes, very good question, and I'm glad, as I said, to participate to this event that is really on doctoral education. We were very careful, and the different Erasmus Plus pilot project that looked at the criteria were very careful at making sure that the specificities of doctoral programs are taken into account, because indeed a PhD program is very different from a bachelor program, and you can't have the same expectation for one or the other, which is why the criteria that were designed are not all relevant for every level of qualification. So you have criteria that apply only to EQF level 5, meaning bachelor programs. You have criteria that apply only to master's program, and then you have criteria that apply only to doctoral program to make sure that we respect the diversity of these different programs. Now, we're also very careful to not touch on the content of the program. We really focus on the conditions to create programs, but we don't want there to impose anything in curricula or in terms of content to the higher education institutions. What I mentioned later on about what we call the European Degree Policy Lab, which we hope the European Council, so the different member states, will give us a mandate to move forward with. In this policy lab, we want to have not European Commission people. We want to have people from the different member states. We want to have people from accreditation, quality assurance agencies. We want to have people that represent the diversity of the higher education sector to make sure we are taking into consideration all the different specificities, and that would include the joint doctorates as well. Another element that can be of reassurance, a lot of the inspiration for the European degree comes from the experience of Marie Skłodowska-Curie action and the joint doctorate developed there. So we were very careful, of course, to build on that and to make sure that we have something that is appropriate. So we definitely count on you. There will be more detail about how these policy labs will be put in motion once we have an agreement from the different member states that we can put them in motion, of course. But we certainly hope to build these different guidelines with you and with the whole sector.
Thank you, Yann. One more question. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I did not introduce myself in the former question, so I'll introduce myself now. So I am Helena Pereira, and I have a bit of experience on top management at all academic levels, I would say, and funding, and research funding. So my question is about an instrument that we had in Europe maybe about 20 years ago, which was an European label. The requirements were more of language, of mobility, of supervision on different countries and so on. So my question is, have you assessed the impact of this European label at that time, in doctor's degree? That was on doctor's degree.
I was not working at the European Commission 20 years ago, but I can tell you that before we conducted the work, all the preparatory work on the European degree, we looked at the existing offer in Europe of different label. There's not only this one, there are several labels that exist actually across Europe about international education, about multilingualism, about different things, including this one. But this is why also from the Commission side, we think it is very important to not just have the ambition to have a label, because a label itself does not make change. A label can make it attractive for higher education institutions to develop program in a certain way, but they are not the one that decide on the rules to make these programs. This is why we think we need to go further than just a label. We need to have an enabling instrument that is done and agreed upon at European level by the different member states. So not a label created by the European Commission, but an instrument that will be adopted by the different member states to equip their own national systems with a way to build joint programs one with another. And these can be done only on the basis of a common definition of what kind of programs can be built under what condition. These are the criteria that we propose kind of to test in the context of a label, but we want to go further than that. We don't want to stay at the level of a label. This is why we always say it's a preparatory, it would be a preparatory label, because the ambition is to go to a degree, because this is the thing that would make the legal regulatory framework change and make them easier for make it easier for higher education institutions to build cooperation with one with another. It's just a recognition that goes on the top of something that they have struggled to establish. It is something they can use from the very start to build their own cooperation, and everyone is using the same framework. And as a result, hopefully there is less hurdle, less problems to build joint programs. So not only to recognize their quality or their integration, but to build them and to have more of them in the future.
Well, it's time for lunch, if you don't mind. Such a lot of information this morning. I believe we can share it with the permission of the speakers, of course, in the internet page of the agency. E agora em português é muita informação num só dia e numa só manhã. Poderemos certamente, para melhor reter toda a informação que foi desenvolvida nesta sessão fantástica, no meu ponto de vista, na página da agência. Portanto, vamos então ao almoço. Thank you.
So just some details about the lunch. The lunch will be served in the next room, but but I kindly ask you just to turn around. Do not cross the arch for structural purpose. I don't know, it was asked just to go around, and we'll come back at 2:15. Thank you. Okay, now it's okay. So, welcome back. We will proceed with our conference. And now we will give the floor to the students. Nora and Margarida will present us with their visions and thoughts about their paths in the doctoral studies. And the moderation of this session will be Professora Teresa Restivo, that I will give the floor now, just to moderate the session. So, Professora, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Now I think it's time to have some young blood. And I'll ask Nora to come to the stage. She's a 27 years old student, PhD student at the Chemical Technology and Metallurgy University in Bulgaria, where she holds a bachelor and master degree in fine organic chemistry. She has been student representative since 2019 in this university. She served as president of the Students' Council at the university for 4 years and an executive committee member at the National Assembly of the Students' Council in the same university. And in May 2024, she was elected to the European Student Union. So she will be giving us an idea, a broad idea about those problems. And Nora, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, good day. I hope that you can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this great conference so far and also for inviting me to speak on behalf of European Students' Union. For us, it's very important that the students are given a voice and a chance to advocate for their rights. And as you may know and may have seen so far, actually, doctoral students are a bit more underrepresented within Europe. And this is why today I'm here to talk on behalf of ESU and to share with you our vision and what are the key challenges in front of doctoral students across Europe. Okay. So in my presentation, I'm gonna examine the challenges, some key challenges. I'm not gonna focus on all of them because there are too many and we don't have the time for that today. But let's focus on the key ones. I'm also gonna share my personal experience because I'm a third year PhD student in Bulgaria in organic chemistry, and I have a lot to say and a lot to share, which I think will be useful for all of you present here today. And then I'm gonna share also, I'm gonna address the key challenges and give the perspective of the students on how can we actually manage them, how can we resolve them, and what can be done in the future for doctoral students. So straight to the point, the first main key challenge for every doctoral student is the lack of guidance and mentorship. So in my presentation, I have also taken out some statistics that are accessible to the public as well, mainly from the European Universities Association, EUA. So EUA found that 30% of doctoral students within Europe report insufficient mentoring and unclear guidance from their advisors and supervisors, which of course results in the students feeling unsupported and demotivated. From my personal experience, I can share that this has been my main problem within those 3 years as a PhD student, because for the period of 8 months, I had only negative results in my laboratory. As you can imagine, as a PhD in organic synthesis, I have a lot of experiments to do. So for 8 months, nothing was happening, only mistakes. And my supervisors, which are 2 by the way, were like, keep going, do it again, do it again, do it again. It didn't work out at all. And at first, it felt like, okay, I have to push harder, right? The mistake is in me. Maybe I can change this and this and this, and it will work out. But it did not, because I did everything perfectly right based on the data, on the research that I've done, and it did not work out. So last year, actually, around this time, it was before Christmas, I said to myself, okay, I'm gonna try just one more time after Christmas, and if it doesn't work out, this would have been the 9th month from this period, I'm giving up. I'm quitting this PhD, I cannot take this anymore. So fortunately or unfortunately, we'll see, I don't know, things worked out. So I had to very quickly catch up on, the time that I lost by having so many negative results. But in this period, it was very hard for me because I got zero support from my supervisors, and I had to really fight all by myself. While, of course, we don't only have to do experiments. In this period of time, I had to do also 100 other things. So it was very, very a hard period, and it shouldn't be like that. A PhD student should be supported and should be guided in the right direction. And, of course, we have to fight for our goal. I don't mean that our supervisors should only hold us by our hands and take us through the whole way, but they should guide us and they should be there for us so that we can actually give our best self in our research. So moving on to the next one is the imbalance between the research and skill development. As we all know, yes, research is the main part of every doctoral program, but it should not be only that. And I believe that now in the afternoon sessions we're going to go more into the connection between the doctoral programs and actually the career development, the opportunities that have to be given and have to be opened up to the PhD students. Then we have the uncertainty of career paths. Here we have some more statistics. I'm sorry. Again, EUA found that only 30% of the PhD graduates in Europe go on to secure permanent academic positions. And this is for academic positions, but what about non-academic positions? What about the industry? What happens with those people that sacrifice 3, 4, 5 years? I mean sacrifice because, of course, we do it for ourselves mainly, but still it is a very hard and time-consuming period. And when there is this uncertainty, you are even more demotivated and you're like, why am I doing this? For what? So this is definitely a huge problem for all of us. What happens after the PhD? Are we prepared for real life after PhD? Are we really better than people who didn't do a PhD? So this is a very good food for thought, as you already have it anyways. And then we have the isolation and mental health concerns, which unfortunately up to this date, yes, these are topics that we are starting to mention more and more, but not enough, for sure, not enough. So here we have another statistics, which is again from EUA, that 40% of doctoral students in Europe report experiencing stress, anxiety, and burnout. So a doctoral program going into a PhD, everybody knows that it's going to be stressful, that it's going to be hard, but still it doesn't have to be that hard. It is that hard because of all of the problems that are still not resolved even after so many years of knowing about them and working on them. We have to really endure, and it is a daily survival mode, let's say. Sometimes it's good, of course. We have our good periods of times, but they are nothing compared to the tests that we've put on. And then last but not least, let's again talk about the financial and funding challenges. This is also a huge key point of our struggling, if I can say it like this, because of course the big picture in Europe is very different, so it's very different in every country. But in every country there is a problem with funding. In some countries, doctoral students do not even have stipends or the so-called scholarships. In some countries there are scholarships, but they are so low that you cannot really survive on that. You also have to fund your own research, for example, and the big question is, where do we get the money for that, because in also most countries, if you are a doctoral student, you are not allowed to have a full-time job. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example from Bulgaria. When I started my PhD, which was back in 2021, I don't know, it is another lifetime. It feels like it. So when I started it, the scholarship in Bulgaria for every PhD student, doesn't matter the field, was 250 euros. And you are supposed to live with that for the whole month. It is impossible. It is absolutely impossible. Even if you live in a university dorm, your rent is around 100 euros. So you are left with 150 euros to, I don't know, survive a week or something like that. And I'm saying this with a smile on my face, but in my heart it feels very different, because we really have to go through this. And it's very unfortunate, because when you think about it, doctoral students are the ones that chose to dedicate in order to contribute to the science, to contribute to the society, to the development of universities and academia in general. And they should not feel like that. They should not feel left out or feel like they are always miserable just because of the choice they made. It's a good choice, but it's hard. So yes, there is a huge need to really work on the funding and financial challenges that doctoral students face across Europe, because the statistics are not good, as they haven't been in the previous slides as well. But in nowadays, you know, with the situation for the past 2 years across Europe, it is very hard even for a person who has a full-time job to actually live normally. And we have to really do something about that. Now, what can we do? So, of course, we have to have increasing in the funding options. There has to be a financial education and support, and also expanding the funding for career development, which is very, very important in order to secure a better future, and in order for doctoral students to feel that there is they do that for a purpose. They are not left out once the doctoral program is finished. We have to also look at the mental health problems. There has to be mental health support for doctoral students in terms of mental health services or stress management workshops, or some kind of a counseling that can also give a bit more support to doctoral students in the period of their doctoral program. There also have to be career guidance and skill building programs in order to ensure that after the PhD is done, this person knows what are the options in front of them. What can they do? Can they find a better job? Are they suitable for it? Because yes, if a doctoral student wants to stay in academia, I want to say most cases, because in Bulgaria it is like that, in most cases they can stay in academia because academia needs young people and needs people in general. But I know that's not the case for every country in Europe. Sometimes even after finishing a doctoral program, you cannot stay in academia. So what do you do with that degree? What did you give 4 years for? What did you study so much? Why did you contribute to the science? Just to go back to have a job that you could have had with your master degree, let's say. And that's unfortunate. Now, what do actually students want? We want personalized training paths. We want to have flexible programs that are tailored to our career goals, whether these career goals are for academia, industry, or non-profits. We want to have access to resources and support, of course, fundings and a good financial support when it comes to a PhD, so that it will take a lot of the mental health load that we already have going on. And of course, we want a recognition of holistic development. So students really value the programs that equally prioritize academic achievement, professional development, and of course, personal well-being. This is like the golden way to do a doctoral program. And now I'm going to the end of my presentation, and I want to address something very important. So when I joined European Students' Union this year, when I was elected, we created a task force for doctoral students, because as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, doctoral students are not very well represented across Europe, comparing them to regular students. So by creating this task force, our goal is to actually have a team of doctoral students from across Europe that can share their experience and work together and do the research and conduct surveys so that we can gather that data with which European Student Union can write policy papers, and we can advocate for them within all of the associates that we work with, like European Commission, EUA, and other European organizations that actually we work with, and we advocate for students' rights within them. So I have a wish, and I would like to ask you for your support on that. If you have a personal interaction with doctoral students, please let them know that they can apply for that task force. They have to just send their CV and a motivational letter, and they will join. We actually have one person from Portugal already. His name is Edgar, and he's from the University of Coimbra. And I'll be very happy if after this conference we get more doctoral students that would like to join this task force. And I want to thank you for your attention and for the invitation once again. Here are my contacts, and of course you can contact me on whatever topic you need to discuss. I'll be very glad to do so. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Nora. I think we can postpone for the end of these two presentations some few questions. Do you agree? Thank you. So, Margarida, would you like to come to the stage? Your time now. Margarida Estevão has a degree in political sciences and international relations from the Universidade Nova de Lisboa in 2020. She got her master's degree in sociology from Instituto Universitário de Lisboa in 2022. Currently, she is a PhD candidate in sociology in the same institution, guided by banners of freedom and equality in academia and science, as stated by Margarida. She has collaborated in other research projects and academia and scientific activities with interest in themes of politics, social inequalities, social trajectories, and quantitative and qualitative research methods. So I enjoyed a lot some of the disruptive titles of some of your slides, and now it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you can hear me well. First of all, I would obviously like to thank a Agência de Avaliação e Acreditação do Ensino Superior for having me and for inviting me, and above all, for including the students' perspective today in this conference. Obviously, greet Nora and greet all of you present here today to hear us. Before I start my communication on the students' perspectives on the doctoral pathway, I would like to make a few observations on it. My goal here today is obviously to kind of present the reality of being a PhD student in Portugal and kind of the challenges and some of the obstacles that we face. But I do not believe that it's possible to talk about my perspective as the perspective of all students. Nor likewise is it possible to take this communication and completely disconnect it from my personal experience. So that's the first thing I would like to say. Having said that, as Professor Teresa presented me, I think this has to do a bit with my context. So I'm on my third year of my doctoral pathway. I'm doing my PhD in sociology at EUA-CDE, and I do have a scholarship from the Foundation of Science and Technology. So I do believe that that specific context kind of influences the perspective that I'm going to present to you all here today. Having said that, By coincidence or not, me and Nora do have some topics in common. I would like to address the challenges regarding institutional integration, relationship with advisors, mentorship, supervision, also funding and economic insecurity, and if I do have time, if I do not lose myself in time, to address other challenges that I do believe are common to other PhD students, that it's not such a reality as close to me as to other students, but that I will leave to the end in case I do have time. Having said that, a bit different from Nora, my perspective is not going to be as based on statistics and data. It's a bit more a reflexive kind of perspective, having in mind my personal experience and of persons that surround me and that did share them with me. I did plan to start with institutional integration, and I kind of chose this title because I do believe that, to my knowledge, any PhD implies an affiliation with a specific institution, a specific university, a specific research center. There's no two PhD pathways that are the same. And for me, it's a clear example between a student that has the possibility and chose to do a continuous pathway since the bachelor, and so there's a follow-up between bachelor's, master's, and then the PhD. And there's a difference between that student and the student that, for whatever reasons, because he or she chose to or was obligated to, has a pathway with some stops, periods of time taken up with other activities, be it professional or otherwise. It is not possible to assume that these two students have the same opportunities and will face the same challenges regarding institutional integration. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to choose when and where I wanted to study my whole life, and to know since a very early period that I wanted to pursue an academic and scientific career. And so I did have the opportunity to choose to do my bachelor's, my master's, and my PhD follow-up. I did choose to do my master's and my PhD at the same institution. And so that gave me the opportunity to, during the years of my master's and my PhD, to get to know professors, to get to know researchers, the research area they were involved in, to get to know the technical staff working at a specific research center. And that gave me the opportunity to, when entering the PhD, there is this academic, scientific, professional, social culture that I was familiar with. This is not the reality of a PhD student that has just entered the institution. It's not possible to assume that the challenges that I'm going to face and that a specific student that is just entering the institution are the same. So for me, this is a clear challenge. There is a professional, scientific, academic, a social culture that is difficult to get involved in when we do not know that specific institution. For me, I do have two ideas that I think would be helpful for these types of students. One, I do believe that I have a good experience in the institution I'm in, is to create architectural institutional kind of buildings that physically bring together researchers, professors, PhD students, the research centers, with co-working spaces, with collaborative spaces for work. That's one of the ideas. And obviously, there's this idea that I do defend, that any PhD student should be integrated into a specific scientific group. I do believe that in Portugal, this integration depends some of the times of fundings in specific projects, having a scholarship for a specific observatory, for a specific laboratory, and that kind of poses a segregation between PhD students regarding institutional integration. For me, even though there's a curricular year in which the PhD students do have the opportunity to socialize with one another, it would be beneficial for the PhD students to have this kind of scientific groups in which we could create channels for the students to kind of socialize with other researchers, with professors, and so to have this kind of, to be integrated into research groups regardless of their funding or affiliation with a specific institution. So regarding institutional integration, that would be it. Regarding mentorship, we have spoken a bit about mentorship already, but I do believe that institutional integration also has a bit to do with how mentorship can take place for a PhD student. For me, the moment of choosing a supervisor is still a challenge nowadays for the PhD programs in Portugal. For a student that has just entered an institution and has about a few months to choose a supervisor, it's impossible to believe that that specific decision is going to be completely informed. I do believe that most of the times these decisions are based on thematic areas, so a specific professor has experience in a specific scientific area, or because that personality is recognized at a specific research center, because that name gives a bit of, it has a meaning in that specific PhD program, and that does not mean that it is that those two people are going to work well together. So for me, the moment, obviously the moment of choice, I believe that should be bureaucratic facilitation regarding the timing and the institution affiliation of that person as well. I believe that it is possible to want to do a PhD thesis to have one or two supervisors that are not from the same research center, and regardless of that, if that person is the most correct person to advise that specific thesis, that should be possible. So I do defend kind of a bureaucratic facilitation regarding time and affiliation with a specific institution. Obviously, there's the problems that we know, and I do defend that having in mind this kind of facilitation on the time of the decision, there should be a period of time to have a conversation to define the rules of the game, to define expectations, not only regarding the supervision of the thesis, but regarding the expectations for the whole pathway of the PhD. What the specific student wants to do after the PhD, how he or she wants to work. We can have students that do need more monitoring and do need a professor, an advisor, a supervisor that is more has more time and availability to be with that specific student, and we can have a student that wants to work more autonomously, and that could also be a challenge to the supervisor. So I do believe that defining the rules of the game, it's the basic of any supervision relationship. Obviously, there's challenges much more difficult to face. I have been lucky enough to have a supervisory team which I hold in respect and affection, but I do know that that's not the case for all PhD students. Cases where the supervisor completely disappears and there's not an answer to an email in months. Cases where there is kind of overload with work that is outside the PhD thesis of that specific student or of that specific area. So these cases, for me, I think that we do need intervention from the institution right away. Be it from the director of the PhD program. It's necessary to have these channels for the intervention of the institution, first of all. Second of all, I do believe there should be facilitations regarding bureaucratic channels to include, exclude, or change supervisors at any time without any problem to the students. Be it because on not as happy terms, those two people, those 3-4 people, come to the conclusion that that specific relation doesn't make sense anymore, be it because, in happy terms, they conclude that the thesis is going on a completely different direction, and it makes sense to add a person or to exclude someone. And this should be facilitated both to the student and to the supervisor. Regarding funding, another topic that does seem to be common to most of the communications today. I wanted to start to speak about funding, bringing up 3 pictures that I think are the most common one in PhD students in Portugal. It is possible to have a PhD student that did apply for some type of funding and has public funding, private funding, whatever funding it is, and has the possibility or is obligated to be dedicated to the PhD full-time. This is the first scenario. We have a second scenario where the PhD students did apply for these types of fundings and ended up not getting any. And we have a third scenario where the PhD student chose, because whatever reasons, that he or she didn't want to have funding. And these three options are possible. For me, the last two, it's impossible to believe that a student that has, or that has not funding for his or her thesis is going to be as involved with the institution and with the PhD and with the thesis as a student that has funding and is obligated or chose to be dedicated to the PhD full-time, first of all. Second of all, for me, it's necessary to start seeing PhD as a professional occupation. This narrative that I believe that is still present in Portugal, that PhD students are just studying, a PhD student is hardly just studying, hardly. And so for me, this idea that a student that didn't have funding, even though he or she applied, has to balance two jobs, one that provides an actual income, a form of subsistence to that person, most of the times a precarious one, and then another professional occupation that most of the times is implied for that specific student to achieve the professional occupations he or she aspires to, is completely out of this world. For me, having a scholarship, my reality is a bit different, but I still can see myself in this narrative that the student is just studying. A week's worth, be it in times that the workload is heavier or the workload is lighter, posing the PhD as being just studying is completely frustrating, fosters a professional culture of overwork, and completely disconnects the student from the professional world. I do believe that, at least in Portugal, the PhD students are kind of in this bubble, really hard to define, because we don't see ourselves as just students, but society doesn't see us as professionals. And so we are in this bubble for a couple of years, and then when the scholarship ends, what happens? Because we are not professionals for most of you, we are certainly not students because we have a PhD degree, but we are kind of in this bubble, in a scholarship dependence, in which we have two options. We keep going for scholarships, one scholarship after the other, until we do have an academic scientific position, or we have to completely readapt ourselves to enter the traditional professional world. And so I do believe that having in mind funding, this economic insecurity does not only have to do with having a scholarship or not. It really has to do with what happens afterwards and how we see ourselves, how we identify ourselves professionally. To end, and trying not to take much of your time, I have two reflections that I was led to think about when I was invited to do this communication. They are further away from my reality, but I do believe they are central to other PhD students, and so they should also be brought to the table. First one is university industry, university business collaborations. I do believe it's time to start thinking if the PhD program that we have, the structure that we have, should be equal for a PhD that is kind of oriented to scientific activities and academic positions, and the PhD that is that has in mind for the student to then occupy a position within industry or within businesses, wherever they are. I repeat myself, it's a reality that is further away from mine, so I just wanted to bring it out there and trying to put people thinking about it. There's not much that I have to add to this, but to kind of, does it make sense to have one-size-fits-all kind of structure for the PhD when they can have different objectives? The same for the curricular year. Nowadays in Portugal, I believe that most PhD programs have a compulsory curricular year that I do believe makes sense in some situations. And we go back to the first argument that I was giving. There's no two pathways that are the same. A PhD student that has a bachelor and a master's in sociology, he or she may not benefit from the curricular year in sociology. A PhD student that did the master's in engineering, the bachelor in economics, and wants to do the PhD in sociology, he or she probably will. And so I do believe that this one-size-fits-all for the PhD program it's not what we need today. And so I think we should kind of see this curricular year more as an optional curricular year that can make sense, also to kind of avoid segregation and big gaps between students, because that's also a possibility. But I do believe that we kind of have to deconstruct that one size does fit all kind of idea, and start to think of other options. And that was what I wanted to share with you all today. Thank you so much for your time.
I think we have some questions for them. Yes, please. Can you identify yourself and... It will come, it will come.
Yep, okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Andrade Campos from the Universidade of Aveiro, from doctoral school. Okay, I have a comment. First, I think in the last years, not only in Portugal, but all in Europe, we have made a huge effort to put our PhD approaching to the companies. Just an example, in the Universidade of Aveiro, we have a PhD called DBI, Doctorate in Business Innovation, that is made fully in a company environment. And the fees are also paid by the companies. Okay, and so I give you an example. There are other examples, I know in UK and other. And so, although it's not forced, okay, in your field, but particularly in engineering, we are really giving that approach. But my question is for you also from one comment that, well, makes me thinking about, you talk about if a PhD student want to change their supervisor teams, that he can do it freely. Yeah. But, you know, in my experience, with our doctoral school, you know, we have some problems between PhD students and supervisors. I think that's happened all the time. And, you know, PhD students are persons, but supervisors are also other persons. And so, come on, there are mixed feelings there. You know, remember that when the PhD students want to change teams, he must think that perhaps the supervisor, if he agreed to be supervisor, he has also made a huge effort. And so my question is, if a PhD freely want to give up because imagine that it was too hard for him like that, you think the right decision is to change just supervision teams and imagine that his supervisor is really the expert on the field? Do you think this must be, you know, so it's really, I wanted to hear what's the student opinion on that, really.
Thank you for the question. For me, I do believe that if the student wants to change, obviously there should be a time for conversation between the students and the supervisor, the students and the director of the PhD program, let's say. But at the end of the day, I do believe that being a supervisor shouldn't have a weight on the curriculum, for example. And so if the student feels like it's not working, for some whatever reason, it makes sense to have other person kind of supervising the thesis. Obviously, there should be like a period of reflection, let's put it that way, of course. I do believe that if I wake up one morning and I want to change the supervising team that I have, it shouldn't be possible to do that change on that specific day. It should be like a period of reflection, let's put it that way. But at the end of the day, I do believe it should be the student's decision. I do believe that the PhD is, at the end of the day, something that the student, he or herself, is doing, and so the decision should be his or hers.
Other question? Well, I have an important question. How do you solve the problem? It takes two to tango, if you have three. Okay. Have you any other question? Please.
I just wanted to add up something on that question. with an example from my personal experience. So as I mentioned, I have 2 supervisors, and I can say with a hand on my heart that one of them doesn't even know what is going on with my PhD at all. I have seen him probably lastly in 3 months. We never communicate, he doesn't know what is going on, but he's still my supervisor for nothing. So in this case, I mean, I do not expect anything from him in terms of support, help, or whatever, but for what reason do I have 2 supervisors? He's gonna be included in all of my published papers for nothing. So in that case, this is a very specific way in which I wish I could say, I do not want this person to be my supervisor because he doesn't even know what I'm doing, what I finished with my experiments, where I am going with my research. He doesn't even know which conferences I went to, what awards did I get, nothing. He's just a stranger, but his name is on every single one of my papers with 0 contributions. So yes, there are 2 sides of the coin. I really get your point, and it shouldn't be like I wake up today and I say, okay, I need a new supervisor because I don't like this one, just because. I mean, this is not realistic for sure, but there are many, situations in which the students really need another supervisors in order to actually be successful in their PhD. Thank you.
Just something else that I remembered I wanted to say and I forgot. And I do believe, because of it really takes 2 to tango, I really believe that in a supervision kind of relationship, it really takes 2 to tango. And so I do believe that challenges posed in that specific relation can come from the 2 sides, being because the student needs a more kind of monitoring kind of supervision, or because the student wants to work autonomously and the supervisor feels like he or she can't manage the work progress and know what's happening because the student doesn't communicate as well. So I do subscribe to what you're saying, that supervisors are persons as well, obviously. What I do believe in is that at the end of the day, it should weight more on what the student kind of needs. That would be my conclusion.
Hello? 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 Hi. Filipe Gasparov, Yann. Thank you both for bringing the students' perspective. Something that made me unhappy and happy on your presentations is that the problems that you face are exactly the ones I faced 25 years ago. So there seems not to have to be much progress, but it's good that now you have unions and you probably can do more for them. We wouldn't look at mental health issues with the attention that you do today, and I think that is very important. But my comment goes very much in line from Nora's presentation, when you mentioned your 9-month nightmare, feeling very anxious, very, very lonely. And I was thinking, I did the same. I could have thrown all my results away of the first year, but still, for me, that was the richest learning I got, was the ability to be resilient and was the ability to actually surpass that difficulty. And I wonder if you, Nora, will not think like that in future when you look back. Do you feel more confident today? Or you rather have a supervisor that would point you directly to the problem?
Thank you for that question. Yes, definitely after this nightmare, 9-month nightmare, I feel more resilient, but I have always been like this because even in my first year as a bachelor student, I started doing extracurricular stuff and experiments, and I was left alone even by then. So at this point in my PhD, I was already so used to nobody caring about what is going on in my lab, and zero support coming through. So at this point, it was very natural, but still, at the age of 25, I believe, 26 last year, there are other things happening in life. I had a full-time job, all of the student organizations, and it was just 24 hours were not enough. I don't know if you will believe me, but I was doing 24-hour synthesis. I was taking my reactors at home because at university they don't let us leave them turned on during the night. So I took them every night, bring them home so that they can spin, so that I can catch up on work. So yes, I believe that a student should be left to fight alone, but with healthy boundaries. So you cannot leave them all alone. You cannot leave them to take the important decisions that are supposed to be the supervisor's decisions. Yes, they have to learn through mistakes. This is the best way to learn. I agree with that. It builds up resilience. It builds up stubbornness, if you want. But still, there have to be healthy boundaries, because PhD is not your whole life. It is not. It is a big part, a very important part of the life, but it's not everything. And there have to be healthy boundaries. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Yes. So I want to go back to the supervision. I mean, this was about supervision as well, but we are thinking about the supervision change of supervisors as something very personal, because we heard about your personal experiences. But it is not a personal thing. First of all, this relationship is power relationship. So students are always part of this tango duo with less of power, less of organizational power. And it is not up to students, nor up to professors, supervisors, who are sometimes also in a situation that we have some students and some candidates that are not something that we would like to work with another 4 years. And then there must be something that you, Margarita, said, some sort of institutional, not personal, institutional channel that will arrange for a happy divorce, if there should be one, a possibility of the party that has less of power to complain, to be safe in this complaint, not to risk your future career or your future success in doctoral studies. So we have to think, as you said at the end, we have to think structurally about that. Again, I'm back to my proposal to do structural changes that will surpass these individual troubles of people that are involved in PhD education. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have here a great opportunity to have both sides, and so to look at more detailed aspects which are really important, but we are in time. So thank you very much. And
now, we have included in the program roundtable about just the themes that our students and the person who speaks in the section, in the first section of the programs. And our roundtable, it's just about the relationships between industry and universities, not problem, not issues. It's not only the industry, but only some other institutions like technological centers, like programs that promote the collaboration between universities in the model of doctoral education. We invited for chair Manuel Heitor, he's the former Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And we invited four people. Inês Lins, he's coordinator of the program collaboration between Portuguese universities and American universities. Philippe Gaspar, it's a vice president of Yann. Is a company, a great company, who have a lot of experience in the doctoral program in the environment, in the industrial, in business environment. Pedro Bizarro, não sei se está, Pedro Bizarro, yes, it's a member, a scientist, a co-founder and a chief science from a startup, Coimbra, I think, no, it's as only through a great experience to doctoral educations. And Helena Silva, I don't know if it's Transfer Center of Technology from the North. And if you want, you can get your seats in the floor, please. No. You have more or less 1 hour and a half for your speech.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos. Good afternoon. I understand that the session is in English. I will try to spend most of my time standing up because I have a problem in my back and I prefer to be so. Don't worry, it's nothing for that. My role is very facilitated today because we have 4 experts in international and business collaboration at a PhD level. And I just want to provoke them with a few very brief ideas. First and foremost, I believe João and our A3ES board decided to look at PhD in transition. I will start by saying that education and education systems are and should be always in transition, particularly now, because we are facing a unique time of accelerated rate of change. Just for an example, in the last 3 years, most of the startups funded through the European Innovation Council were based or derived from fundamental science funded through the European Research Council in less than 1 year. Examples like these are many throughout the world, particularly in the United States, but also now in Europe, we have the evidence of an accelerated rate of technical change, which should foster more and more doctoral education towards this idea of a better coupling between fundamental science and disruptive innovation. On the other hand, as you know, Europe is facing these days a dramatic discussion, which has been supported by a number of documents, and I will report later on some of those documents. But overall, what we know is that we are facing a declining in our science capacity, particularly when we compare with the increasing Chinese or the rise of Chinese science and more with the continuous growth of North American science. Again, doctoral education is a key tool to facilitate and foster more and better science together with more and better disruptive innovation. At the same time, we know that actually there has been a very well-known report published 3 months or 4 months ago by a group of economists from the Bocconi School of Economics in Italy and the School of Economics in Toulouse by Fuente et al., arguing about the so-called European mid-tech trap. Over the last 25 years, essentially they show that most of national and European public funds have been concentrated on medium and low technical developments, particularly in association, not only, but particularly with the automobile industry. And therefore, as you may know, the so-called Draghi report also builds on this idea, and actually the report which I coordinated recently about the assessment of the current framework program builds very much on this idea, on the need more and more for raising the quality and capacity of European science together with this idea to escape from the mid-tech trap. And again, doctoral education is not the only part, but is a unique and very important component in training the future of the leaders of the future. And again, we have here 4 different visions exactly about that. How to train the leaders of the future in either strong business collaboration, in advanced information systems, particularly in artificial intelligence, with a goal in a very unique type of market, the fintech, but also Inês is leading what I consider to be one of the most interesting joint doctoral programs between Portuguese University and one American university. This is very difficult to establish, not many, but only one have allowed that, Carnegie Mellon, and she will report on that. Helena from SEIA has been very much involved in promoting the participation of young doctor students in advanced, in innovative fields, particularly in space, aerospace, but also in urban mobility. And Tiago from, from Ovion has a unique experience in providing an entrepreneurial environment for innovative doctoral students, and as you may know, Ovion for many years also participates and actually leads an industrial consortium of firms which has supported PhDs, particularly in chemical engineering, and I'm sure that Philippe will report on that. But say, having the experience of these 4 leading ideas, I will try to provoke this, particularly also in what I heard before, with 3 key ideas. First, PhD should be of only a single type, but many different models. And I say this because some previous experiences 1 decade ago, are in Germany or in the United States, to build the so-called enterprise PhDs were a completely failure. So there should be only the continuation of a single PhD, is a degree given by institutions of higher education, but is one single type with different models within the autonomy of higher education institutions. And hopefully we are looking, and when we look worldwide, particularly now I suggest you to look at many British universities, the way they are innovating in creating different models of a PhD degree, and is a degree given by institutions of higher education, and therefore each institution is autonomous to give its own model. Second, it should be research-based and focus on innovative research. As you know, even in Portugal, until some years ago, that was the British model. Then we adopted a different model throughout Europe, and for some time there was a considerable increase in the non-research parts, which has, in general, some very critical consequences, particularly by doing that so-called teaching part at the beginning, not advancing many in the field of knowledge, but delaying the students to start doing research. And what I see in many European countries is a go back to strengthening the research component. And again, this will be absolutely critical in the current European scenario of a declining science when we compare with China and the United States. So strengthening research will be absolutely critical, and the PhD is and should be more and more a research-based program. The third idea, so one type of PhD is many models, research-based. The third idea, which I would like to provoke them, is that the research component can and should be done everywhere, in a firm, in an academic lab, in a research and technology organization, if they have the conditions to provide to the students innovative research leading to certainly innovative ideas by the end of a PhD. So, and based on this, what I would like is to pass, certainly if you don't mind, I'll start with Inês, making the experience of building up a dual degree with different universities. Then to Helena to speak about the experience of a research and technology organization to attract students to do innovative research. Then I will ask Pedro to speak about the experience of FIDSI, particularly in the advanced information technologies and systems, in particular in artificial intelligence, and then Philippe in fine chemistry and chemical engineering in general, but also other areas from sensors to sprays, where Ovion has been an experience to provide the necessary environment for innovative research, always considering that the degree is given by institution of higher education, and that institution should have the full autonomy to decide upon the model they want to install. But again, let me start by this tour, and then if necessary, we will raise other questions following in the previous interventions of the students. Inês, do you want to start?
So thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. So from my side, it's quite easy to tell you about the experience because it's a reality. So one of the things, so just first let me explain what is the dual degree PhD student that we have at Carnegie Mellon, between Carnegie Mellon and Portugal. So it's a 5 years PhD, because in the US that is the standard, not 3 or 4 years as in Europe. The students spend 2 years at Carnegie Mellon, just like the other students, and then 3 years at the Portuguese institution. Okay, the admission process is exactly the same as for all the other students entering Carnegie Mellon as PhD students. So they make their application exactly on the same website where all the other students make their applications, and they are selected based on a threshold that is exactly the same, no matter if they are Portuguese, Chinese, Indian, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that is somehow, and who checks that threshold is Carnegie Mellon. So they are used, they have too many applications, and they are used to see or to check if the student has what is required to be a successful PhD student. And only after that, so let's say that we lose a lot of Portuguese students as well as from other countries in that phase of the application, and then there is a selection. The first thing that is quite different from what we have in Portugal, and I have to say that, well, not everything is bad in Portugal, but usually when we look to other countries, we really try to spot what is better than what we have here, and that's how we learn, right? So the first thing is that when the students apply, they have no supervision. The only thing they have is reference letters, okay? It can be for future supervisions or not, it doesn't matter. So there is no supervision. Then after they survive to the threshold, there is like, they are invited to go to Carnegie Mellon so that they can meet the potential supervisors. And there needs to be a match from both sides, right? So the student is willing to take a professor a supervisor and the other way around, okay? And that is something that is completely different. Here we have to, for example, the students for the PhD, when they apply to a grant scholarship to FCT, they already mention who is the supervisor and so on. That's why then it is a nightmare if someone wants to change the supervisor, right? So at Carnegie Mellon, sometimes it happens that the students change supervisor, and it's something that is not a drama as it usually is here. Okay, that is the other thing. The other thing that is really important that we realize is that, well, the first thing, students, the ratio of PhD students to the other students, so in Carnegie Mellon you have as many PhD students as you have bachelor plus master students, okay? It's completely different, so it's clearly a research university. Not to say that in Portugal we should, well, we would like to have something like that, but that makes a huge difference. So you realize that especially, not all the students, especially PhD students, are at the core of the institution, are like the jewel of the crown, okay? But that we can have it here as well. So it's like in a family. So the young kids are the ones where we see the future. So the PhD students are the ones where we see the future because they eventually will join academia, for example. The other thing is that most of the PhD students, once they graduate, they are not going to stay in academia. They go to industry, and they are willing to go to industry, okay? I know that, well, the fields that that we are more close to are technological fields like computer science, engineering, and so on. But the things are quite different from the beginning. Why? First, students need to, well, they don't need to have, but it's good when we show them role models. So it's up to the supervisors to show, well, you are going to do a PhD, and you can be quite successful, like, for example, Pedro, that has FIDSI. So you don't have to stay in academia. Not all of you will stay in academia, but you will not be unlucky because of that. You can do even better if you find a place in industry. Then the other thing is that the students from, sometimes not in the first year because they are still learning, but for example, from the second year and after that, they do internships in industry. So every summer, they go away for 12 weeks, no supervision. Well, the supervisors don't have nothing to do with that at some point. Of course, they support, but it's the work they are going to do in industry. The students with someone who gives them support in the industry, and that usually it's someone with a PhD, so that the students can realize that maybe later they want to join, well, that company or another one, and they realize what they can do in industry. So it's not a nightmare if after 4 years of PhD, they wake up and say, what am I going to do if I don't have a place in academia? No, they already know what they are going to do if they don't find a place in academia. So I think that the great thing that, well, I cannot go back and do my PhD as a dual degree, but the good thing is that you see that things are completely different and they work. Okay, and so what needs to be, well, we can learn from them. Of course, we cannot say, well, it's a different culture in the sense that our students go there and it works well for them, okay? So maybe our faculty has many things to learn, and really there needs to be a change of mind, okay? So this idea of having the PhD students at the core of the institution, of supervisors are not owners of PhD students, it's, we collaborate somehow, and really the students, that's why they have a lot of, well, they are young, they have energy, they have creativity. Of course, the supervisors have experience and have the know-how, but that's the combination of the two things that works really well.
Thank you very much, Inês. Let me pass now to Pedro and then to Helena. Pedro, give us the experience of FIDSI in providing environments for innovative research in advanced IT systems, please.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. Just to give maybe a very brief background on FIDSI for those that don't know, we are a Portuguese company based on science and technology. The three founders, two of them have PhDs, the other one was working in the European Space Agency, so we were always very heavy on science and research. And we started the research department in 2012 when we were about maybe 15 people. So which maybe not every company would start a research department so small. And we did that because we knew that if we are in the market, in our case, doing fraud detection for big banks and big financial institutions, applying state-of-the-art machine learning and systems and data processing and streaming systems, we had to be in a place where we really have the best people in the world that know about that, about machine learning, about distributed systems, about low latency systems, about high availability, because we were really trying to design something from scratch that had to be very, very good, because they have to be deployed in top banks everywhere. So we have been working with many institutions in Portugal and outside. We have had, I don't know, maybe more than 15 PhD people in the research department in these last 12 years or so, doing or finishing their PhD, many more master students. Just right now we have 3 PhD students in the research group. The research group is about 20 so people. So it's a good percentage of people that are currently students. In this case, they are all of them students from the University of Porto, but it's just a coincidence. We have worked with people from any university. And they are full-time employees of FIDSI. They are receiving a full-time salary, but they are also students of the university, and they are essentially doing applied research. They have a supervisor at the university, they have also a supervisor at FIDSI. They are writing papers, submitting papers to conferences, going to conferences. By the way, a number of them are going to NeurIPS next week in Canada, I think. And they submit the papers, but also then they do stuff that is useful for FIDSI, patents and making prototypes, or even doing what we call transfers, which is transferring that innovation from research to product, to translate that in improvements into the product. And we've seen that this really gives us an edge. So it's an investment that pays off. It takes a while to pay off, and I think that's something that companies must be aware. But if you are doing things for the long run, like really investing 5-10 years into the future, we know it's going to take a long time. For example, this year we've been deploying a new version of our streaming system into clients that we started developing in 2019 with also a couple of PhD people at FIDSI. That it took 4 or 5 years to develop until 2023, and these years we have been rolling out to clients. So it took us 5-6 years to do this. But this, I think, is the type of mindset and time scales that people need to have in mind when designing for a PhD program that makes sense for the university, for the students, and for academia.
So as far as I understand, you involve the PhD students, particularly in pre-competitive research, which is part of your portfolio of activities, but not necessarily on product development itself.
Exactly. They are not in product development. They are not in customer support. They are just doing research. So nothing that they do is what we call a roadmap promise. So product has a roadmap that they need to do feature so-and-so by date so-and-so. They are not part of this team, right? They don't have this real-life obligation of developing a product, because if they had, it would not be research, right? I've been a PhD student, I've been a professor. I know that if you are able to say that you're going to do something by date something, with resources something, then it's not research. Right? It can be complicated, but it's software development or engineering. And I have nothing against engineering, I'm an engineer, but it's not research. In research, there needs to be a level of unknown that you are not sure if it's possible, if it's reasonable, if it's valid, if it's expensive or inexpensive. So they don't contribute directly to the product. They might contribute, and that's our expectation, maybe, I would say, less than 50% of what they do goes to product.
Having you here is a unique opportunity. Can you give exact examples of advanced research to give some content to this discussion? A few examples of former PhD theses developed at FIDSI so that the audience understands the type of topic and subject they are doing.
Yes, so for example, one recent one is the work on graphs. So the connections in graphs to find fraud. So there's lots of work in machine learning to extract information from graphs. Our specific problem is we deal with payments in real time. So the graphs are also changing in real time. So we need to be able to deal with time-changing graphs. So it's kind of a subtype of the problem, which in our case is more complex because these things are happening at the scale of thousands and thousands of transactions per second on a universe of millions of cards and millions of merchants, millions of terminals. So we need to update this graph dynamically and also be able to very quickly extract information. So there are many algorithms that work well for graphs and that are used in machine learning, that are well known by the industry, but they are time costly. They take a while.
How many people in the world are using your system? I know, but I would like them to know.
So we have contributed to open source software. We have 4 or 5 packages online, and since the beginning, more than 500,000 downloads of our software, open source software.
How many people are using? You are reaching how many billion of people?
About 1 billion people.
1 billion.
1 billion people. So FIDSI software is now protecting about 1 billion accounts.
And for those that don't know, every of you that use a credit card, at the end of the day, it will be analyzed under FIDSI software.
By the way, last year we processed, this number can seem gigantic, but we processed $6 trillion. $6 trillion. There's only 2 companies in the world now that process more than FIDSI, which is Visa and MasterCard. Everyone else now is processing less, those payment processing companies.
And tell me something in terms of size for that they understand. You mentioned that these days you have 3 PhD students in-house and you have so many before. For how many people? As far as I know, FIDSI has 800 engineers?
About 600 people. About maybe 400, 350 are engineers. So many people are sales and other support functions. Of those 300 and so engineers, 25 are in my team, the research team. And the majority of people in the research team, they have a PhD. But some are in the process of getting the PhD. They are students finishing their PhD, but the majority have PhDs.
Thank you so much. Let me pass now to Helena to give a different experience of a research and technology organization. As you know, CEA is one of our main centers in Portugal doing aerospace, aeronautical and automobile research and technology development. Helena, please, give your experience to support PhDs. You yourself were a PhD student, but then you gave up.
Without any success. I failed my PhD because I was in a program not so dual as Carnegie Mellon. I don't know if you know CEA, but a brief presentation. CEA is an engineering and product development center. We work now 20 years late. Since the beginning of our journey, we work for mobility, aeronautics, and space. We was born 20 years ago with the main goal, 25, okay, because I'm very young. 25 years ago, with the main goal of contribute to development of automotive. Of Portuguese automotive industry. And you know that Portugal is still not a country that is very traditional to have products or brands. So our main ambition is to transform this country, our country, to mix some physical with digital and to work in cyber-physical systems. For example, we develop new cars based on service function and not based on the physical object. So today we are developing, for instance, a car that is going to be used as a service. The main objective is to develop a digital software layer that integrates a lot of cars in the same layer, and you can access the car in several services. So we are bringing the traditional industry, the Portuguese traditional industry, with the communication operators, with the energy operators, and with cities to develop the Portuguese industry in this new era. Our objective is to focus on niche markets. For instance, in automotive, we are very focused on a new that we call a new original equipment manufacturer, a new area of this automotive industry. And we are also working in urban air mobility, and we have a lot of projects with Leonardo helicopters, Embraer in Brazil, and we 3 years ago we start with a team in space, because I think that we all know that our space engineers are the best in the world. So the problem is that we have to have a lot of challenge in Portugal so we can fix them, and this is our main goal. So 3 years ago we start very hard in space industry. We launched last March a satellite, the first one that was completely developed and licensed in Portugal, and it's called Manuel Tour 1. And the objective was to train all the ecosystem in Portugal so we can launch more satellites, and today we are developing the future satellites of the Geosat, which is an operator that is from Portugal, is the second operator in Europe. The other one is Airbus, and at Portugal we operate satellites that can have a lot of applications from there. We are working with imaginary Earth observation, and we have a lot of work in new applications for this. The main objective is to solve Earth problems using space technologies. So in this trajectory, we face a lot of problems. One of them is because we, at Portugal, we are a country that we don't take risks. We don't ask questions, and we are very good to work to third parties. We at the academia and in the industry. At academia, we have a lot of professors that are very used to make research for third parties and not for Portugal. But this is a reason, because in Portugal we have an industry that is characterized with small and medium companies. And the problem is that they don't have money to invest in early stage of the research. So our main goal, let's say, is to work by bridging the academia with the industry and to have a roadmap in these three main sectors, and to design PhD programs so we can look for the future and working to attract our students, our Portuguese students, European and all over.
Helena, I'm sorry, can you give examples of doctoral students or the work doctoral students have done with you?
Yes, in terms of sustainability, we are working in carbon mapping, mixing two types of things. One is mainly a focus on new business model, and the other one is about how can we use space technology to mapping the carbon in cities. So these two main research topics are at the main work of these PhD students. The other one is new business models for the product as a service approach for cyber physical projects, mainly in mobility. For instance, we have, I have my colleague here, and that is on the head of one of our spin-offs that is called Air Neutral. And our main goal is to develop our sustainability platform that quantify and give values to the emissions, the emissions that we can avoid commuting in cities. And our objective is to look for applications for these applications and business applications for this technology. This is another topic that we have at SEIA. And we have another topic very important that is about the urban air mobility.
Thank you so much. Let me pass now to Philippe. Ovion has provided, again, a research environment for many PhD students over the years. Among many other activities of your own, you are particularly involved in the doctoral program in chemical engineering and IQ, which engages or involves many Portuguese, I believe only Portuguese universities with Ovion and other companies. Can you give examples and your experience in providing entrepreneurial environments for doctoral research?
Yeah, of course. Just to give a bit of context on Ovion before I address those topics in particular. So we are a science-based company. And when we say science-based, and I understand that Pedro says the same, it's not really a tagline. It's really our differentiation in the market is through science. And we've been operating for 65 years. And if we look at our growth curve, it's like 10% a year with small bits. And I think we got this, so 10% is good growth above market over any decade that you want to compare. And I think was because we had as a founder a scientist that believed that we could differentiate through science, that we would never have the dimension from our competitors to go from A to Z, but we would choose very specifically the fields of operation. And that's what we've been doing. We've been increasing the number of fields, but in those fields, we need to be the best. And about 15 years ago, at the time that actually I was already leading the R&D department at Ovion, we were in a crossroad. We had an oversized R&D team, which was basically a product development team, not necessarily a research team, with a lot of PhDs leading the different groups. But we couldn't actually go deeper in science. We could develop, but these are fast-paced programs, and we work for the largest pharma companies that you can heard of, as well as the most innovative biotechs, virtual companies that come, for example, in Boston area. They are very popular there. But these are programs or projects of 6 months and then another stage of 6 months. And we had difficulties in maintaining talent because no PhD, no person that is really, let's say, linked to science, they would feel a big frustration of not being able to go deeper, just apply the same routines, developing slowly. And also we couldn't actually differentiate anymore. So we took advantage of 2 PhD programs. One is the one that you've mentioned in GIC, which was a protocol from AP Química, the FCT, a number of universities in Portugal, and was, let's say, innovative in the sense that the industries would propose the topic, and then you would have at least 2 universities bringing diversity into the running of those topics. So that was very successful, and I think they made 15 years a few weeks ago or a few months ago, and I saw some of the metrics. 90% of the PhD students supported by ENGIC ended up in the Portuguese industry.
Can you give examples of exactly of their work?
Well, we had students working in the 6 R&D programs, but I wanted also, one of those that I work personally as a supervisor is our algorithm to model our main technology. So we have become world leaders in spray drying technology, which is a technology that allows many of the modern drugs to become bioavailable. And there is today, let's say, you can buy these modeling softwares. There is even open foam software, but our algorithm, our software that took about 3 PhD students, so we evolve it over time, it's by far the best in the world. And that allows us to go very quickly to production. So we can actually test it in the models before do trial and error at scale. But the other program...
The background of the PhDs come from which areas? Fluid mechanics, chemical engineering,
yes,
chemistry?
Chemical engineering, mathematics, fluid mechanics. So we have the components. It's a complex system. And to get to the degree of perfection that we wanted, it needed the participation of very different areas of knowledge. Another program was one that we've created ourselves, also with a protocol with FCTE and the universities. We call it the Ovion Research Program. And we've awarded, or the academic institutions awarded the PhDs now to over 40 programs over the last 15 years. 40 students over the last 15 years. So this is applied research. We recognize the importance of the...
Is applied or is good research?
Yes.
The definition of applied research, it does not make any sense anymore.
Yeah,
we need to have good research.
But taking on your provocation, I think we have the tendency to split between fundamental research and applied research, right? And I think there are space for both, but as you mentioned, at the pace of innovation today, even fundamental research is being applied 1 year after, right? So.
Is fundamental research, good fundamental research, will have always an application later or sooner. And the point is to differentiate what a PhD should do in terms of a pre-competitive research, and actually Pedro explained that very well.
Absolutely. So I think that that is one of the examples. But I think I see advantages also of having these PhDs in a business environment. I see we have overall about 30 students at any point in time, not just PhD, a lot of them are master students, but they are integrated in, let's say, while they don't participate in product development directly, they are interacting with other interfaces in the company, with marketing, with communication, going to conferences. So they understand, I think, very much the business context once they conclude their PhDs. They are very rounded students. And the proof of that is that 70% of them stay with us at the end of it, which I think is also a demonstration of the merits of such program.
Thank you so much. I believe we have 40 minutes, so why not collect questions from the audience, and then I have my own questions, but I would like very much to listen to all of you that have specific questions in this unique opportunity to have these people in front of you to answer to any questions. Who wants to make a question? Yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me well? Yes. Okay, perfect. My name is Carla Pedro, and I'm a Director General from the Portuguese Chemical, Petrochemical and Refining Engineering Association, so the AP Química that Philippe was mentioning, and not trying to monopolize the debate on ENGIC. I would like to basically have a bit of a context statement and then also a question to all of you. So the context is one of the things that, at least in our view and assessing ENGIC, worked well was the governance model. Because as you mentioned, Professor Mrčela, there is not one-size-fits-all model. And in the case of the chemical industry, what we managed to find was a governance model that was built from scratch as a partnership between 5 universities that at the time when it was started, it was 2008, had chemical engineering degrees and in R&D units, and the fact that there were several companies, so a pool of companies that were very different, from refining to biotech or biochemicals, basic pharmaceuticals as of Yann. So there was a wide range of companies that had, I would say, a challenge that was trying to transform the chemical business in a way that would make it more sustainable. And so at that stage, what happened was that these companies and these universities joined forces, which means that the PhD here, it's something that the companies bring the theme, so the question to be researched, but at the same time, the universities also bring an add-on on the knowledge from the academical side. And the good thing is that the students at the end of the PhD, and so we are talking about already a large community of students, former NGIC students and the ones that are developing it now, almost 100 students for the time being, and linked with academic supervisors and coordinators from the industry, because it's developed at an industry site. Usually it depends on the subject, sometimes at university, sometimes at the industry, but ideally it's developed at the industry. And this means that at the end of the day, the students remain at the industry also. And again, at the Portuguese industry the most. So there's a bit an approach, or at least a kind of a solution or a possibility to try to avoid a bit the brain drain that usually happens in these fields. And so my question for everyone, and I'm sorry for all this context, is on whether what can be the impact of this type of models linking industry and academia in order to actually hold and attract and retain these students doing research. So the idea is that they continue to do research either at an industry environment or at university. So what's the secret, and how can we retain this talent in Portugal when we have these huge immigration rates of young qualified people?
Actually, that sentence is not correct. I'm sorry. If you look at the statistical data, actually Portugal these days, together with Ireland and Nordic countries, are the only programs which have more immigrants entering in Portugal with higher education that Portuguese leaving the country. Certainly, we need to think European, and there are free circulation of people, we hope, more and more in Europe. But if you look at the data, certainly, hopefully, very clever Portuguese people trained in Portugal are in the world job market. What we need is more and more to attract foreign people, but not retain ourselves, because we need to think European. Actually, that is the reason why recently we proposed a program which is exactly Choose Europe, which we hope will be launched soon in Europe, particularly to provide better careers for doctorates in Europe. What we have these days in Europe is a brain drain of those after a PhD, particularly to the United States. And this brings some of the questions that Inês launched, that I would like also to Lydia. If we have a good PhD education in Europe, and we pretend to increase the quality in Portugal, we need to attract students worldwide, as the United States has done many years ago. But apart from attracting students, we need to provide better research careers after the PhD, not necessarily for the same institution. And this is definitely a question in Europe. Europe is attracting students for undergrads, graduate and doctoral students, but in general, we are missing people after a PhD, particularly to the United States, because of lack of research careers. Nevertheless, I believe that we should not misunderstanding doctoral education per se with employment in research careers. They are different things. They are connections, but they are different things. And by approaching doctoral education, and I'd like to listen to these people, how can we provide better and better environments for training the leaders of the future, to provide really opportunities for training, and then work with the business sector for them to provide better careers. But this discussion today, as far as I understand, is about doctoral education. It's not about employment or the economy, because this leads to a completely different discussion. And in terms of doctoral education, which is your experience in attracting students from all over the world? Because what Inês mentioned, based on the experience of Carnegie Mellon, is one of the top leading universities that attract students from all over the world. They don't recruit nationally. And this is a problem in the current quite fragmented European systems where students are still recruited in a very national basis and not international, with the notable exception of the United Kingdom, certainly. But we still have to work very much in that area. So do you, Pedro and Felipe, do you provide the necessary conditions for the universities together with you to attract students from every part of the world?
So I think one problem in attracting foreign students is that, to be honest, the PhD scholarship is really low. Right? I think that cannot be denied. Actually, when preparing for a talk that I was going to give a couple of weeks ago, I was collecting data, and right now the PhD scholarships are just 29% above the minimum wage in Portugal. 29%. So
but this is the fellowship you provide?
No, the fellowship that FCT provides.
But that is just one part of the systems. To
Exactly.
have students in the companies should also provide fellowships.
Yeah. So we pay the full salary. So, and actually that's one reason why we went that way, because we said, okay, for us, the only way to have a sustainable income of PhD students is assume that they are not going to get grants, because it is not attractive. So we must give everything. So we are paying, it will be more than twice the typical fellowship. So we pay that completely for the 4 or 5 years that the student spends at the company. And they're doing research, they're doing their papers, but that's what we do. So to foster, and we've brought several students from abroad. Right now we have in the team 4 PhD students from international places. So 2 from Spain, 1 from Belgium, 1 from Syria in the company. And 2 other that are Portuguese, but they did the PhD in the UK. So at least, going to your example, like 6 reverse cases of brain drain. So we are attracting talent from abroad. But honestly, the financial part is a huge factor, right? So we need to understand that when people are making life decisions, you need to really have a good salary for them.
Flip, your experience on attracting, together with institutions of higher education, international students.
Yeah, I think we suffer the same difficulties, and for many years we actually acted almost independently of FCT. We could actually pay the full studentship, and we were actually comparing it to scientist level at Ovian, so significantly higher than the
but
PhD
let me
program.
provide some numbers so that we can help this discussion. We have some time. We should understand that, say, when we entered the European Union, Portugal, say, 40 years ago, Portugal was doing about 70 PhDs per year. 20 years ago, in 2000, 2001, we did about 750 PhDs per year. Now we are providing 2,200 new PhDs per year, which represents about 5 in each 10 active people. We have about 6 million active population. This is in the European average. The country that is training more PhDs is Germany, with 8. Germany and Denmark with about 8 new PhDs per 10,000 people. And for doing that, actually the national funding represents about 1/3 of the overall funding, because the funding comes very much from the industrial sector as well, particularly for the biopharmaceutical. In Portugal, we are currently training, as I mentioned, slightly above 2,000. We should get to 2013, 5 years ago, to doubling the number of PhDs to have the European, say the top level European. But currently, we have a larger fraction of students sponsored by the national funds than many of the other countries. About 70, say 2/3 of our PhD students are funded through FCT. In many other countries, what we see, including the United States, is that a larger fraction of funding comes from other sources. So there is a question of the diversification of the funding sources, and to be very realistic, if we plan to increase doctoral education, and we hope so, we need to diversify the funding sources. Don't expect that the National Funding Agency provide 100%. It does not provide nowhere in Europe or in the world. Parts should be provided by FCT or other public agencies, but a larger part should have other sources of funding, either public or private. So your experience, for instance, Inês, you have been through the Carnegie Mellon Portugal attracting students from all over the world. Do you see that funding, as Pedro say, is the main obstacle or facility for funding? Because Helena is here and she knows this, but for instance, the FCT grants in the European scene are in the average of the national grants in Europe. We can claim that the European average is low, but the FCT grant is very much in the average, and I do remember when I was in government trying to increase the value of the grants, the Minister of Finance once presented me a comparison of all the public funding to PhD grants in Europe and say, no, you cannot be above the European average. So we are in the European average in the national funding part, not in the private funding. But for Carnegie Mellon, you have been able to attract students from all over the world, from India, from Africa. Which is your experience in attracting foreign students?
Well, the first thing is Carnegie Mellon is a strong name, so that is one of the things that attracts most of the students.
But that is what I want.
Yeah.
It is not just funding, as Pedro mentioned. There are the conditions for
the conditions. So we know, or even for example in the UK, people who go to the UK for a PhD, they don't get much funding. So they are PhD students in the UK. They have some difficulties as well. I think that there is a new problem in Portugal that is somehow recent, that is the housing price in Lisbon and Oporto mainly, but that takes many faculties who are in Lisbon and Oporto, and that is really an issue.
But that is not a Portuguese. If you go to the Netherlands, or if you go to Germany, to Berlin, or to London, they have exactly the same problem.
It can be the same. The other
thing
a
problem, but it
is to have a grant and not to have a contract. And actually, well, these days, for example, in our research institute, some of the PhD students have contracts, and that makes a difference. Is for them, for their safety, in terms of having some more guarantees for the future. They have the 14 months as everyone else. Well, it's not a scholarship.
Can you explain who is providing the contract?
Well, it comes from the funding from the institute, who receives funding from companies or whatsoever. So the research institutes have the power to do those contracts with the PhD students.
But the question, though, probably you may know, this is a discussion these days in Europe, very active. A few countries introduced contracts to doctoral students. Other countries no. At least when I was in charge of the Portuguese science policy, I was completely against it, because we have the experience that contracts deteriorate the freedom of thinking of students. And those universities which give contract of students are being attacked particularly in the Netherlands, by not providing the necessary freedom of research. And therefore, we, like France, Germany, Sweden, have adopted always that during the doctoral education should be a fellowship, and the student should have full freedom of thinking, and contracts should be the normal, but only at the postdoctoral level. And this is a problem these days when students at the doctoral level receive a contract which does not give them full freedom of thought. Have you had that experience?
Well, I don't think that, well, let's see. When they receive funding from a company, or for example, if they are a FIDSI, they have some freedom. You can specify that in the contract. But of course, you have to say in which context do they have that contract, but the same for a PhD grant where you have a work plan, so it's not a blank page, I would say. What is intended when they have contracts is in terms of having a working contract, so they are not, it's in terms of security, it's something that is better than the scholarship.
Who wants to contribute to this discussion? Because this is a very modern discussion in Europe. Certainly labor rules are not European, labor rules are national, but we need to be very careful, in my view, to understand that the idea of giving a contract to students is not necessarily a good idea if the contract decreases the freedom of thought, because PhD or doctoral education should be implemented with total freedom of thought. And this discussion these days, particularly in the biopharmaceutical industry, has become very active in some parts of Europe, and are many national regimes which provide fellowships, particularly for that reason. But I'm sure there are people with opinions in this opinion. Elena, please.
That I see more a doctoral program as, or a research program as a purpose for the research. So I am very, I think that is more interesting to have a purpose in a common purpose integrated in a team, a multidisciplinary team with a more broad challenge. For instance, you have a topic, let's say we have a topic about, a specific topic about sustainability, and you have a lot of areas that you can have a common research and development agenda for this doctoral program. I think that is more interesting to have a team, not only research alone doing research, with a more broad approach in terms of purpose. Because the problem, I think that what crosses salary with a brand or a name of a university or a company is also a purpose, more ambitious purpose from a specific research.
Within the context of doctoral education, if I understood your point, is the question, which I believe for this audience is very clear, between the individual and the collectiveness of the group. But don't forget that a PhD is a degree, an individual degree given by an institution of higher education to a person. Certainly the work done by that student can be integrated in a group, but the PhD is an individual degree. So, and the thesis is her thesis, or his thesis. Pedro.
Yeah, maybe saying one more thing. I agree that there's other things besides compensation, and for sure, I feel that at least in my company, one thing that people multiple times report as something that is appealing to them and that makes them apply and stay is the impact that they can have right? They are doing something that aligns with their values. In our case, they are fighting financial crime, so stopping fraud, stopping money laundering, helping people not to get stolen, right? Sometimes they say, oh, my mother was just going to fall on this WhatsApp scam message and we now can protect her. So they feel that what they are doing is impactful, it matters, and as some sort of application. So I've seen many times that the fact that people are working on something that sort of the best of both worlds, you can have the papers and the publications and work on a very technical problem, like I was saying, like trying to work on graphs in real time, like the algorithmic part of processing a large, dense network. So it's super deep on one hand, but at the same time they say, oh, but I can also apply this on this real life problem that can help save millions. So the fact that they can have this, the science part and also the impact, I think is something that is very appealing for people. Another thing is that the fact that we were able to cross, say, a critical mass, and now we have a large group that rivals some university groups in size and impact. So we are publishing dozens of papers per year, right? So they feel that they are automatically learning. So there's a new thing that they learn every day, right? We have reading groups, we have weekly presentations of papers. So there's something that they feel that they are doing their PhD, but learning also from the other peers and colleagues that they are doing other PhDs and master students. So there's that feeling of community, of belonging to something bigger, I think is also important.
Very good. Any questions? Yes, please.
That should be a hot point, but how you manage the intellectual property of your PhD students and the outputs that they...
It's difficult.
Again, that issue brings the question of contracts. And that you enter in a very detailed discussion, because the property of the thesis should be of the students if he is a student. If he's contracted by a company, the property is of the company, under the current IP legal regimes. That is the reason why many countries, including Portugal, has adopted since more than 30 or 40 years to don't give contracts to students, because the property of the thesis is of the student. But again, this is a question that is moving and changing all over the world with the increasing participation of the business sector in doctoral education. So it's a very interesting endeavor, as we have seen here, but it brings questions like that. So we need to rely on the responsibility of the firms and of the universities and of the institutions to provide a good solution. Actually, Pedro is very much involved in the Center of Responsible AI, which is a unique initiative in Portugal and in Europe, particularly to provide responsible AI, and that is a topic which certainly touch. Probably Philippe has also that issue. I can tell you that last week I was discussing a related topic in Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. And they don't want any more biopharmaceutical companies sponsoring students because exactly of IP problems. So there are frictions. What I say is that these frictions are good for the research environment. Is important for the development of the research environment.
The point is that if that point is an obstacle to grow in terms of have more PhD students in companies.
So we have contracts with all of them. So we clarify that IP situation with the contracts. We don't feel, and of course maybe I'm biased in my assessment, that it is unfair, since we are providing funding and computers and data set and supervision. So we feel that we are providing the conditions and the problem and the direction, right, and time for them to explore. So we feel that it's not unreasonable to expect the IP to be ours, since we provide this huge investment in time and money.
And you do that at the beginning. So the question is the clarification of the information. The student has the option to accept the conditions.
Tovion, we don't do the contract with the student. I believe we do with the institution.
Yeah. We do with the student, and we do with the institution, and even with the supervisor in the institution.
Okay.
Certainly, I thought that was clear. The idea is that we have here completely different models of working with companies. FIDSI as a model, actually with the students are also employee. The chemical engineering in Portugal through Evion as a completely different model. They are students, and the contract the companies have is with the institutions. SEIA as a different model, and in the Carnegie Mellon is a completely different perspective of a global program that attracts students from all over the world. So again, the idea, there is not and should not be, in my view, a single model. It's good to have a diversified. Probably we need even to reinvent more models, although the PhD should be a unique degree given by institution of higher education.
But just to add something, a clear trend that we see over the last 15 years is these contracts are more and more difficult to be made. So I think
which contract?
The intellectual property contracts with institutions. So, and I think that's a proof of the good work that the academia is doing with their technology officers, being much more stringent in the conditions they request from us. It used to be like really easy to get all the IP without giving a counterpart. Today, it's a tough discussion, really a tough discussion.
This is a good news.
It's good news. No, I think
Any
it's good
final
news.
questions to animate the debate? Yes, please.
In terms of, in relation to the issue of intellectual property, what I have to say is that it's good that we have companies that can deal with these issues, because my impression is that at universities there are many theses filled with extremely good results, but because at universities sometimes there is no way to explore that side, and companies are not involved, so all that data is obviously lost, because as soon as it is published, it cannot be developed. So this is what I wanted to bring. It's good to have freedom, of course, but if one has to develop knowledge that has application, then something has to be developed in universities to put forward a system that goes into the labs and sees what is being done there.
Yes, but there are different models, and why? And because science is a risk, it requires public funding. If everything is commercialized, you don't need public funding for science. So be careful. That is good that some results are not used, and the non-used science has been over the century very important. If it is good science, it will be applied one day. But that goes to other type of the orientation, and I believe the discussion today here should be essentially how can we continuously increase the quality of doctoral education, attracting students worldwide, and provide during this the period of a PhD unique opportunities for linking with science and with disruptive innovation, and providing environments for the young generation still do new things. We have the Secretary of State here, so probably I should close the session. I don't know if it is time or not, but I also see the President of the Council of Rectors, Paulo. Probably Paulo wants to say something. No? afterwards. And so there is any other questions for this panel? Anna, do you want to do any question to this panel? No, you speak afterwards. Very good. So thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation for moderate this panel.
Okay, let's go on. Now we want to have the perspective of higher education institution representatives. We have representatives from polytechnics, from universities, and from private sector. So I can ask a comment about doctoral education, the future, schools, doctoral programs, collaboration and cooperation with the industry, whatever we want. Paulo, please start with the comment.
So hello, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. It was a very interesting discussion to follow, and certainly all of you have comments and thoughts on this. The first that came to my mind was doctoral schools. Are they really necessary for an institution or not? And if they are, why? And I think it's clear by now that the advantage of having a doctoral school instead of just a scattered network of supervisors is that the school provides a richer environment into which the students can be immersed. So that is the main advantage. A school provides that environment. It survives the exit of any scientists of large reputation. It provides continuing atmosphere, environment throughout the student can work, and I think this is something that institutions should care about. There is another thing connected with the school, is that this is not just a task of the student. The student is evaluated at the end. Some of the students mentioned that supervisors were completely absent from their lives as students. I think if we have a doctoral school, then both the student and the advisor should be evaluated. So the agency is here and is the sponsor of this event. So this is a message that I would like to convey. Let's pay closer attention to the quality of the supervising and not just to the outcomes of whatever results of the work. I say this with conviction, as I was my own supervisor. So I am in a very peculiar position to criticize him because I know him very well. Second thing is about funding. but maybe I should let the others follow up, and then we can have another round, or this will turn into one speech, too long speech. Maybe, how do you want to, Orlando?
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to be in this so interesting, important debate. So I'm here representing the polytechnics, and for us, for the polytechnics, of course, it's a new thing. For the moment, we have a few programs in all the polytechnics institutes. And of course, we are very interested in doing, innovative programs, adding something to the panorama of PhD training education in our country, and giving some innovation, some new things. So I think for us it's very important to do PhD education more connected with the companies. It's fundamental, and we think that is in this field that we can add something, and also very connected with our regions and with the problems of our regions. Since we have a network of institutions all over the country, and with a strong connection to our region, because of the majority of institutions are outside the big capitals, the big centers, the big cities of Portugal. So this theme of doing companies, PhDs in companies, it's very important for us. It's very important to think and to debate how we can do that. It's of course because doing PhDs outside academia, it's not just to put the student isolated in the company. So we really need to have an environment of research, a strong environment of research, because PhD education, it's not even as has been said before. For a PhD student, we give a diploma, an individual diploma, but the work of a PhD student, should be in a context of research. So we need strong context of research connected with the companies. It's one first question for us to have PhDs and to add something to this panorama. In this context, it's not only to have researchers and research in our institutions, but to have environments of research connected with the companies within a strong and strategic and permanent relationships with companies. And even in the last panel, we had a very interesting, fantastic companies that are, as has been said, that are based research companies. But the majority of our companies, it's not this kind of companies. They are small companies with no experience of research, but with a lot of needs of doing innovation. And this should be done in cooperation with the higher education institutions. So it's here for us, institutions that are starting to do PhDs, not starting to do research, but starting to do PhDs. It's a double problem, how to build, to put in place strong research environments in our institutions, and also how to build strong and permanent relationships with companies to allow us to have this kind of cooperation to give the best environment to PhD students.
Now it's working.
It's working.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. The polytechnics are in the first year of giving PhD programs. It's a fact, based on research centers with very good or excellent. But you are organizing doctoral schools inside your polytechnic institutes. How you deal with this complexity of supervisors, students, and so on, the skills, transversal skills, and so on?
Yeah, it's a very good question and a very important question. How we build the government environment for PhD programs. So leadership of PhD programs, it's a very important question in our institutions. So I think we should avoid for having strong research programs, strong PhD programs. I think we should also to have innovative leadership of these programs. So I think we should avoid to have the traditional leadership schemes that we have in our institutions applied to PhD programs. I mean, for example, there are a big tendency to use the traditional department structures of our institutions, etc., to leader the PhD programs, and it's not the same thing. So I think that to have efficacy, to have strong PhD programs, we should have the leadership of these programs based on scientific capacity. So people that have scientific capacity should also have the leadership of this program. So it's I think this is the fundamental question. We should have a very strong connection between scientific capacity and the leadership of these programs. So we can do that in a very different ways. Of course, we can do that based on doctoral schools. It's one way. Or we can do that, for example, based in our research centers, or we can do that in other ways. In our case, for example, we think that the research centers are a very good structure to have the leadership of this program. But, well, it could have a lot of ways of doing that. But what I think it's very important is this fundamental question. We should have connection between scientific capacity and leadership of these programs.
It's working? Okay. First, I should congratulate the agency for the topic, because it's certainly the hottest topic in evaluation in Portugal, in accreditation of degrees in Portugal, so it was really the best choice for this year. Now, the day was very rich, and it hinders around the fact that the number of doctorate students in Portugal, as elsewhere in most countries, has grown very fast. I usually compare the number of PhD students or graduate students of doctorates today for the generation of 20, 25 years is, I think, larger than the percentage of my generation that reached the first degree. So if society was the same, graduates, doctorates today would be occupying positions of the first degree graduates of my generation. Society changed, perhaps didn't change as much as we wanted, but it changed fortunately. Now, second, around the year 2000 in Portugal, the number of PhD graduates started exceeding the number of academics needed in universities and polytechnics. So the problems we are discussing today are good problems, are problems that arose around 20 years ago. And the schools, the graduate schools, and this, as far as I can see, has nothing to do with the American universities graduate schools, so it should not be compared. The graduate schools in Portugal was started as a fashion some 20 years ago. And I mean as a fashion because, as far as I can see, the first graduate schools of many larger universities were just empty boxes where doctorate programs or just doctorates of different departments were just put in, and we had some sort of regulation, or very weak regulation, and this was a graduate school. It's different today just because of the need of a changed graduate program, as we have been discussing today. And today, the graduate school in different universities starts taking the function of providing not only a umbrella regulation for all the graduate programs in doctoral programs in the university, but especially to provide the students with the skills, or at least for the students to get used to the idea that they are not academics, they are not being trained to being academics in future. They are being trained majorly to being workers in society, be it in industry, in services, in the public service, in private services. And this is a new need in Portugal, and this is a new function for these graduate schools that universities, I think, are implementing, as Paulo was referring, and are improving year after year. Now, as discussion a while ago, we had here in the panel perhaps the two best examples of private companies with good research establishments, good research labs within the structure of the company. So they provide beautiful examples of what is happening, and fortunately different examples. They were in very different areas. The problem that we have today, and it arose also in discussion, was to know whether we have one doctorate or several types of doctorates. And the argument that we heard a few minutes ago was that we had a single type of doctorate, the one that where the student is supposed to produce new knowledge, but different universities, different disciplines will have different ways of applying this model. And of course, in the case we had here, we had 2 or 3 different companies with different models, but where it was reasonably clear, very clear in one case, not so explicit in the other case, but I know that it's also reasonably clear inside the company, that the students that are there, be it with contracts, with grants, that are there are doing what we would call fundamental research or basic research or whatever. They are doing research. They are producing new knowledge. And then the company will take this research, these results, to produce the products, the service that they need, and that they use to make their area of new. So I think this is the real problem that we have now, and that the agency has now, is to define, to be very clear, and to decide whether we are to have one single doctorate, one single doctorate program. That means having regulations by law, but explored by then developed by the company. And the second level that is relevant is the panels. That they have one single type of panels or different types of panels depending on whether the doctorate is in a company like we had here, it's a university, it's in a polytechnic, or the type of discipline where it is developed. And I think I close here for the moment.
Can I have a question, or I ask for a comment? In fact, A3ES, the agency, have a model and a self-evaluation report and so on for every study programs. If we talk about bachelor's, master, or PhD programs. Our question, for me, one answer, for me, we have one type of doctoral programs now, and we should continue on that. But should we evaluate, well, we have the legislation for doctoral programs is very difficult, very hard to comply. But your opinion, higher education institutions, your opinion is that we should have a self-evaluation report different from the other kind of study programs, because we should look at the doctoral program as a different study program, or what do you think about that?
No, the model of report that you request and that you evaluate, well, it's a problem. It can always be improved, can always be changed, but I think the point is knowing, deciding whether you have one type of doctorates or more, or two or three or whatever, is I think you have to obey by legislation and develop that legislation. And in Portuguese legislation, we have two types of first degrees, we have two types of second degrees, and apparently we have still one type of third degrees. And this is, I think, the basis of what you have to decide. And it's not easy, because as was being discussed a while ago, different countries have been testing with the professional doctorates, and one basic thing that the agency has to decide is whether it is allowed by the legislation to test the use of professional doctorates or not. Professor Manuel was arguing against that, arguing that it had been tested in different countries. I think the tests are going on. The argument that any doctorate should produce new knowledge is an easy argument that we all agree with. When we go a bit deeper on the type of knowledge that is produced, things become more difficult. And this is what I was suggesting, that the agency had a problem, and that this day's work should be useful for you to make a decision on that, and to let us know about your decision.
According to legislation, the doctoral programs are based in research centers with very high classification from FCT. So we don't have too much to discuss.
There is one version only.
Yeah. Paulo, do you want to comment on that and the financing issues?
Yes, of course. Funding does pop up frequently in connection with everything. But concerning this concept of multiple sorts of PhD degrees, I have a very strong feeling, and it's against it. To me, the trademark of a PhD degree is going where no one has gone before, finding something new. It could be philosophy or social sciences or engineering or whatever, but it should be new. And I don't see different definitions of new. Having a rich atmosphere, and we go back to the doctoral school as a means of doing that, or just a research unit, highly graded, that has been externally evaluated and provides the student with the level, the groundwork necessary to work, it's also necessary. But so for me, it's quality and novelty that characterizes PhD and all research, and we should resist moving away from that concept, as far as I'm concerned. Different opinions may apply. We have one doctoral school at University of Aveiro. We don't have one in sciences, one in engineering, one in humanities, and so forth. And why is that? Because I also believe that the wider the range of disciplines goes, the richer the environment gets. Real-world problems care very little about boundaries and disciplines and faculdades. Those are man-made. So we should refrain from having boundaries that we have built to go between us and the impact of our research. And so we have one school, and we provide to have it working in an interdisciplinary way. That goes also for the second line here, inspiring change, having an impact. It's more likely to have an impact in the real world when you don't build barriers across knowledge. As for funding, we have seen some discussion about it before, and I agree with the broad lines of it, but there are a few risks, and I would like to call attention to those risks. There is public funding and private funding from the private sector, and it's all good that we have both, and that the second grows, in the Portuguese case, to international trends. I think it's good. However, there's a risk. The private funding should not replace the public funding. It should complement. It should allow institutions to do more in those areas where society needs more. But the public funding must remain as core business to allow institutions to keep a level of activity in all areas, because we don't know what the future will bring, and we should not invest today in an area just because we don't see an application. There was some discussion also about fundamental research and applied research, those terms that I don't like them at all, because we all know that the boundary is forever moving. 1915, very important paper published by Einstein, General Theory of Relativity. It promoted differential geometry from pure mathematics to pure physics, to applied mathematics. Some would not use the word promoted, would consider this as a stain in the reputation of differential geometers. There are so many other examples. Hardy and number theory, the purest of the mathematicians, and now all the work in number theory, in cryptography and related fields. If we stop putting money on those areas today, even if there's no private interest in developing them, we will cut down our capacity to have change and economy and growth in the future. So regarding funding, this is my main message.
Well, about funding also,
well, you can talk about what you want, but I can suggest that you talked about applied research in companies, and maybe you should comment on that. You have applied research, or you have research with application? It was the expression that was very nice. And if you have a lot of companies, because your PhD programs are, as I said, based on research centers, and you talk always about companies and companies around Bragança and so on. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, of course. Well, this distinction and this discussion about if we should say applied research or not, we say, well, if we don't have applied and fundamental research, well, of course, is a very interesting discussion. But in the fundamental, well, I think, as Paulo said, that we should have, we should finance and we should have the right incentives to have research that are based in pure scientific curiosity, because it's from this field that we have a lot of innovations and development of science. And I think that is very important to have financing to research that are based on in pure scientific curiosity. But we have also some research that are most based in problems that comes from the economy, from the companies, and that are led by this kind of problems. So, well, more if it's applied or not, I think both these concerns are important. So I think it's important to have this scientific capacity in our country, in our regions, in our institutions. Probably not in all of them, to have this capacity and this possibility of doing research based on scientific curiosity, but we also should have the financing and the instruments to have this research based on problems and on concerns that then comes from companies. So, in this context, I think it's very important to increase the financing that comes from companies. Of course, as has been said before, we have a problem in Portugal with a low financing that comes from companies. We should have the right instruments to encourage companies to invest more in research. It's a problem for us, but well, the financing of research from the state could be the direct financing for the research centers and with scholarships for the students. But also it could be financing for companies to incentive them to invest more in research. So both these types of financing, state financing for research and for PhD programs, I think they are very important. But just a word concerning the more concrete concern of A3ES about the evaluation of PhD programs. Well, I think it's not the same. It's not the same to evaluate a PhD program and a master or a degree program. They are very different programs, and I think that also the evaluation of the program should be different. So we should have a report and a self-evaluation different, and also external evaluation different, because again, I think this connection between a PhD and scientific and research capacity is fundamental. So I think it's not. I know that it's not that it is not consensual, but I think that the connection that we have about the evaluation of research centers and the possibility of having PhDs should remain. I think it's very important, and we don't should break this connection between the evaluation of research centers and the possibility of having PhDs in our national program.
Well, where can I start from? On pure and applied research, of course, these are very old words that are not used today, but as we saw a while ago with our friend from FIDSI, he was clearly separating research from product development. And that probably will stay. Or if you want another type of separation, Germany was mentioned as one country where the number of PhDs students was higher than Portugal in relation to the population, and this due to companies, especially pharmaceutical companies. But another reason is that many doctors, while they are doing their specialization term, they also do a PhD. They have a little more work, they write a thesis, and with that they can put in their label at home that they are something. They'll always like to put long names and long titles, so that apparently improves their position. And this number of PhD in clinical medicine is basically not new knowledge. I don't think most of us would call that new knowledge. It's a new way of applying. It's not also sometimes perhaps new product development. It's a different form. I would call it professional development. Professional, they go deeper probably in the way they see their profession. And of course, if we look back, in Portugal, we had to pick up the doctorate and pick it up from the British in the 40s, when it was for the first time required for the university career, and later on. Why? Because the doctorate that had a long tradition in Portuguese university, Coimbra initially, and then in the other universities, depend on a thesis of 1 year that was reasonably serious, and you can see them still, some of them are published, that were not research, as I wouldn't call it producing of new knowledge, but certainly a development of the profession in terms of studying deeply a special area of their profession, being it medicine or clinical medicine or law or whatever. So these differences exist, and of course a simple word of new knowledge has to be applied with a lot of care. In terms of finance, certainly the major finance of PhD work is going always to be state. Companies, as we had here, some companies will be willing to pay for some PhD students. On the one hand, to encourage students to do serious work in their labs. On the other hand, to train or to have the universities training their future staff, choosing the themes so that they can then take on some of those students. But for many companies, be it in the United States or in Europe, the government finance of PhD thesis is a way of supporting, of financing, of helping the companies. And in days when the government finance is limited, this is a legal, a regular way of financing the company. So aviation or space companies take a lot of money in this way. Probably, if we take the description of a while ago of the space work that is done in Portugal, we have a similar situation. So we have to keep that. But in statistics at the moment, in Portuguese statistics, I believe that the larger proportion of non-FCT financed students are use their own finance or their family's finance in certain areas that is relevant. So in terms of financing, we cannot, I think, go very far from FCT or from government finance to discuss the future.
Now, finally, we are talking about the doctoral education challenges. We are dealing with a lot of different ways of organizing PhD programs, and in particular we have the European universities and we have the cooperation between higher education institutions between Europe or the world. In general, we have a lot of processes now dealing with the European approach, master programs and PhD programs. And we have a lot of, as someone said in the morning, we have a lot of Portuguese institutions in European universities. Do you think that the doctoral education should change and should be in cooperation between different realities, different universities? Or we should maintain both our PhD programs in our institutions, and some of them are or should be association with other higher education institutions. Can you comment on that?
Okay. In this area, I tend to look at the US. I see the US with PhD programs centered in each research university, in each domain, covered by an umbrella graduate school or not, but centered there. Of course, in the US, the master's program is a research program almost leading to a PhD, so it's not the European model. So my feeling is that Europe is following a different path, which I fully support in political terms as a citizen. I'm not sure about what we gain with that in academic terms, frequently. This does not mean that cooperation is not important, is not relevant in any scientific activity. But that this can be done with a different type of language. Now, within our universities, our first tradition, if you want, our first source of tradition of information was the British model, where most of PhDs, not in all areas, in most areas, were just as was remembered this morning, a research project where the student had a supervisor or orientador, and this was all. So the university was an environment very nice for walking and for socializing, but the central point was the one-to-one relation between student and supervisor. Then the British introduced very strong programs, one-year programs, in some cases to upgrade the knowledge of their first-degree students, in other cases to select the best students applying for graduate studies, select the best to go for PhD, and leaving the others with an MSc or something similar. In Portugal, what we have now, with the Bologna legislation, there was an explosion of research of the doctoral programs. For me, I must say it was a total surprise when everybody in every university started very quickly some sort of research of PhD program. Sometimes putting 1 year of very heavy coursework. Of course, the change was slow coming. Initially, my surprise was because we were used to first degrees of 5, some cases 4, 5 or 6 years, and putting in top of 4, 5 or 6 years 1 extra year of coursework. It was really going very far with routine coursework that students were used to do or not to do. So it was perhaps exaggerated. Today, it's different. We have a first degree, a short first degree of 3 years. The second degree, depending on the areas and in more recent years, with the end of the first plus second line degrees in engineering and other areas. In most areas, the second degree takes in students with very different backgrounds. So they have, in 1 year, they have to mix together students with different backgrounds. So they cannot be as advanced as they were when the 3+2 was really following. And this is probably the reason why, again, when they start a doctorate, in many cases, a 1 year of coursework is needed to put everything together, to put all students together, to bring them to a basic knowledge. As was, I think it was one student that I remember this morning, this coursework was easily done without for students that have done their path in a very linear way. I don't mean that the others are not relevant. Mixing students with different backgrounds in one program is always enriching this program. But the system in Portugal is that when we mix different students with different backgrounds, the students don't have to come up to the level. The coursework has to bring them up to the level, or then the coursework has to go down to the lowest level. So I think we have to be careful in not putting too much weight in this coursework, but allow for the coursework for students that really come from different areas and went to then take on a new subject. In many areas this is possible, in other areas this is more difficult. In terms of assessment, or in terms of evaluation by the agency, I think again that the end product, as was reminded today by many people, is the piece of research work, the evaluation of the originality and the relevance of this piece of research work. So if you don't put attention on that, you are not deciding what are the good PhD programs and what are the bad PhD programs. You may be assessing something different, something else, but not what I think society reads on the title of the agency, that is quality in terms of being fit for purpose, being fit for showing population that this guy is good in civil engineer or is good in a special area of medicine, or be it in a software for finding crooks in business.
Well, concerning European universities, well, I hope that this new European instrument lead us to a new revolution, as Erasmus allow us in the past years. So I put a lot of hope in this European instrument the European universities. And I think it's very important that governments and the European leaders put attention on that, because I think that are a lot of potential in this kind of consortiums, of European consortiums, and I think it could allow us to achieve more integration, connection, and the European spirit all over Europe. So I think this opportunity of European universities could be a very interesting opportunity also to have European PhD programs. I think it could be a very interesting instrument also, and to do joint programs inside European universities, starting with European PhD programs could be a very interesting way of evolving. So this said, I think it's very important that each institution has a scientific policy. I think that it's not possible to have not a connection between the scientific policy of an institution and the rest of institution. Of course, we can have research centers shared by a group of institutions, joint research centers, but even in this case, I think the scientific policy of a higher education institution, it's a fundamental policy for the policy of each institution. So, as sometimes we see, I think that we don't should think about the institutions with this connection. So each institution should have their own scientific policy, but the work of research is made based on the capacities of each institutions, in the impact of the research that has made in each institution, in their regions, the impact that have in the companies and the region, etc. But the work research is made more and more in cooperation between institutions. So having this kind of cooperation between PhD programs, having this kind of, for example, double tutorial of a PhD student between the two research groups, it allows us to have a lot of innovation, a lot of potential in the work of research. So both things are important. Each institution to have their own scientific capacity, but it's fundamental to have cooperation and connection between different research centers. So organizing these European PhD programs should be very, very, very interesting.
Challenges. One that has come to my mind and that has not been addressed, I think, is international outlook. The more international a degree is, the more difficult it is to manage. Also, the more expensive. Some of our degrees at the doctoral level have more than 1/2 of foreign students. That gives rise to an environment that is much more richer from the cultural, linguistic point of view, enables creativity, but also it poses a different kind of challenge. So how to cope with these international environments is a very important question. There are even legal issues to solve regarding visas and peculiar problems of the international students. That's why, for example, in 2019, we created the first claim, Centro Local para a integração de migrantes, cannot translate to English, but it's a legal entity dedicated to the problems that international students and citizens in general have. And we created it inside the university. It was the first one inside the university. And we felt the need for that, and our students feel more cared by their institution in this way. But there are a lot of problems that remain, and I think that's one of the challenges for doctoral education. I think it's also very important for the future, as it enables us to attract talent from outside the country, even from outside Europe, and turn what can be a brain drain into a brain gain. Whether after graduating they will remain, it's something else that also worth to discuss, but right here I will mention just these aspects. Another important issue that I didn't see discussed, of course time is scarce and we cannot discuss everything, has to do with the lifetime of what the student learns. We all know that many years ago, hundreds of years ago, wherever one person studied, probably his son would study the same. Degrees almost did not change from one generation to the next generation, just because society didn't change as much and knowledge was not as fast evolving. Nowadays it's very different, even at the initial levels, and at the research or doctoral level, it's of course even a bigger problem. When people are near the border, the frontier of knowledge, the frontier keeps moving, and so they are up to date today, and then they are not up to date the next week. We have created programs for lifelong learning to help students keep up to date at different levels, but the extent to which these programs make sense or can be put in practice at the doctoral level remains to be seen. I think, however, that is a very important question, and institutions should keep an eye on this. Lifelong learning and training, and how to keep the alignment between what the student has learned and what society needs for the future also at this level.
Now we have to finish. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much to all. Now.
It's a pleasure for us to organize this conference, international conference, and the discussion of the doctoral education. It's very important for us. We don't, as you know, we are assessment agencies for assessment and accreditation. We not organized PhD doctors, PhD programs. But we follow up all of the changes that the universities and polytechnic institutes made in our country, and we follow up too also all the modification in the world that that happen in this day. I want to thanks all the participants in this conference. I can evoke Aleksandra, Kanjuo, Mrčela for your interventions, for your ideas from the characteristic of the newest PhD in the world, in the universe of CDE, strong of the universe of CDE. I want to thanks to Peter Hanenberg for your speech about supervision. It's fundamental for us to identify precisely what are these functions. And we want to thanks to Nora and Margarida. I don't know Nora. I think it's now in the room, but Margarida yes, because it's very important. We have in our agencies all of the teams, assessment, external team have participation of students, and all of our actions have participants active or a speech from the students. We have to thank Manuel Leitor and all the participants of the roundtable about the models, the collaboration between industry and the universities, and final for people from the president of CSISP, of representative of CSISP, of Group and APESP for your intervention and in final. And I want to thanks to the presence of Professora Ana Paiva, Secretary of State of Science. He wants to come to these sections. It's very, very important, your presence. I think it's our interest to discuss different models of doctoral. We need information about the different models of doctoral education. We need the characteristics of the new models of doctoral education. As I said, we don't organize PhD programs, but we assess and we accreditate the PhD programs. And it's very important for us to identify the new characteristics, the new needs, the new challenges of these study programs. We want to maintain the diversity of these programs. We have a line in our activities is to protect and project the diversity of institutions of study programs, in this case of study or doctoral programs. And we don't need a single programs or a single criteria. We want criteria. With this conference, we want to identify some criteria that we can apply in the future in the assessments of PhD programs. This conference was the third conference that we organized. We have organized one conference about institutional assessment, and the other about distance learning, and we used from this conference some criteria that you use on the assessments and the accreditations of the study programs. It's very important for us to discuss with the community, with the other people from outside, the evolution of all the characteristics that condition the higher education systems, and in this case, the PhD programs that is very, very important for us. I want to thanks to, now in Portuguese, all the técnicos. Queria agradecer toda a cooperação dos técnicos e dos funcionários da agência que estiveram presentes. I want to thanks all the people, technicals of our agencies and the others who has worked in this conference, to all of them, and it's very important for us this participation. And now we gave the word to Ana Paiva to closing the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have 20-something% in my iPad, so it should be okay. Okay. Dear João Guerreiro, Chairman of the Board of Directors of A3ES, dear Professor José Ferreira Gomes, Presidente da APESP, dear Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, representative of group, dear Professor Orlando Rodrigues, representing CISP, dear representatives of the Portuguese higher education institutions, dear colleagues, dear friends. So it's really a pleasure being here today to close a conference on doctoral education in transition, and especially in the words inspiring change in the training of our young minds, our young researchers. Because PhD students are researchers, and that is important. Okay, they're students, but they are researchers. Much of science done in Portugal, actually throughout the world, is done by PhD students. Many publications have students as a first author, and in most cases, no one is better equipped to explain the research than the students. All of us, professors, have felt often, oh my God, I need to ask my PhD student because he knows better. Young researchers, our students, are part of the most qualified generation ever. In Portugal, they are, I would say, the grandsons of the Carnation Revolution, a revolution that actually set the basis for the scientific revolution we've experienced since 50 years ago. In fact, I like to call it the invisible revolution. It's there, it's invisible, but it's happening. In 1974, there were 87 new PhD graduates in Portugal. Many of them obtained a degree abroad and only had them recognized here. This was still the case 20 years later. And when I did my PhD in the UK, as many of you colleagues, I was a teaching assistant at the Portuguese University, and then I had this equiparação a bolseiro, or was like an excuse from lecturing while I was doing my PhD abroad. I lived there in the UK for several years, an experience that really changed the way I see the world, and especially how I see research. Today, PhD students are different, and I know there were PhD students here talking about it. They're much younger to begin with. Many more PhDs are done in Portugal. Our institutions are stronger, internationally recognized, and in fact a magnet for international students. And we just saw from the panels here, they are part also of European university networks, which kind of support this internationalization of Portuguese students. The number of PhD programs has since then grown significantly. According to the data, and I think this was presented today here in the morning, there are now 600 PhD programs in Portugal, from which 2,500 PhD students graduate a year. You kind of can make the calculations of how many graduate from each. One of these graduates, it's not me, it's another Anna, and I've learned recently about her. She completed her PhD in life sciences last year. She had a PhD scholarship And by the age of 26, she defended her thesis. She's now looking for postdoc fellowships, for postdoc positions abroad. And that's not bad. Hopefully, she'll come back. But differently from many years ago, now Anna and our young researchers worry that once finishing their postdocs, they might not get a permanent job in academia. In the case of Anna, and throughout her PhD, this was the only path she was thinking of. But academia, and we know, we've talked, is not the only path. And the fact that this is not clear is an issue we must tackle when we design our PhD programs for our young researchers. Today, I know I've seen part of the roundtable on the doctoral models has shown there are several PhD programs closer to industry and other non-academic institutions. But we need more. We need to look at the Marie Curie innovative training networks and their PhD programs in partnership with the industry. We need to ensure that our students are taught excellent science in their PhD classes, but also ways to do technology transfer to put their knowledge into action. We need to support secondments in non-academic sectors so that students are in touch with the reality from the very beginning and do the collaborative research of mutual interest. We must guarantee this is not the definite, that staying in academia is not a definite choice, nor going to industries. Careers must be flexible, and this transfer, this intersectoral mobility must be a reality for the young minds. There are several instruments to support these choices. The FCT non-academic scholarships have already been attributed to over 800 students, and it is an initiative that we're maintaining. FCT will also be launching shortly a new funding scheme to fund the hiring of PhD holders by non-academic sector for a 3-year period in contracts which will become stable after 2 years. And has been reported in many papers, and in fact is in Professor Manel book, the number of researchers that we've seen growing has gone from 1 in 1,000 active inhabitants in Portugal in 86 to 11 to 1,000 in 21. We have many more PhDs. And we know this is great news. Yet we know that the academic sector will not absorb them all. But we should not see this as a problem. And we've discussed that. In 2023, the number of PhD graduates in academia was 77%. On the other hand, those working in industry was merely 10%. Indeed, that percentage is too low. Lower than in countries like even Greece, Spain, and Poland. This is a number which desperately needs to grow. And there's more paths. And the co-funded contracts, FCT has been launching another one aimed at the public sector, bringing science to society, governmental and non-governmental organizations, other non-academic institutions that can also hire PhD holders under its scope. Furthermore, to strengthen the number of PhD holders in public administrations, FCT has launched the Doctor AP, which supports civil servants in doing their own PhD. These students probably I would say, older than Anna I've just mentioned, will soon be joining our PhD courses and be part of a change that the title of this event talks about. Another career path is actually basic and secondary education. Our country desperately needs teachers, and PhD holders are a breeze of fresh air in our schools. In the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation, we see this added value and have provided for teaching in higher education to be recognized by schools, allowing them to hire our PhD holders with a higher wage level. I've just heard a story of a new PhD that joined one school, and the director of the school was so happy. A young scientist in the classroom. It's an inspiration for a new generation of scientists that start at the early age, and that is important. There are other changes. So we've worked in the new statute of the Scientific Researcher Career, the Estatuto da Carreira de Investigação Científica, the SIC, which is now in Parliament. And that, what we did, that is really important, is that it recognizes PhD students as researchers, because they actually are. The ESIC provides a legal framework for them to have contracts in the first level of scientific careers. Note that ITNs and other international initiatives already are doing so, setting the pace for a European-wide change from scholarships to contracts. PhD courses are, programs, courses are first and foremost a way to empowering our scientific young minds. It is our responsibility through our PhD programs to prepare the students for a future that has an open end, but many paths, mobility between sectors, areas, academia, industry, public sector, all of that will shape this new generation of researchers. And I'm looking at the new generation probably sitting here. And I believe the knowledge of our PhD holders should not remain only in academia. They need to change our society. And we are counting on all of you to do the changes in your institutions to get there. Thank you.
So, goodbye.